Hello, and welcome to our very latest episode of the On Point Gaming Podcast. I am CMoney, and I am joined by the always lovely Doodle.
What's up, everyone? Happy Thursday. Thank you so very much for rocking out with us today. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. Now, guys, I know for a fact that you've seen all this crazy nonsense that's been going around, and it's back. It's back the same way it always comes back. They have nothing better to do than to create this fake outrage, doom and gloom nonstop. It's ridiculous. It's also hilarious,
It
right?
really
It's
is.
also hilarious because you know
Entertaining.
100%, right? So you have the same, Xbox dudes who keep crying and, "Oh no, why am I here? I go to PlayStation. Why am I here?" Like,
You would
bitch,
think,
go. They're still here.
you would think they don't have a choice. You would think they don't have a choice. It's funny because the doors are wide open. It's it's like go. It's open for you to not even have to announce it. You don't need an explanation. You don't have to let anybody know. You could just gallop out of here without an
On.
issue. Nobody would notice.
Nobody would
And
know.
those who
Nobody would come looking for you. Like, there'll be nobody's gonna throw up like any type of search
sirens,
party.
oh my
Like,
goodness.
hey, have you seen them? Nope.
Those missing posters, ain't nobody gonna run out there and do a damn thing. Just be gone, quietly. It's the best way. It's the best way to do it. I always say when people are announcing something or roaming around, it's all pretend. It's all pretend. It's a cry for help. It's a cry for attention. And it normally is the way it plays out because they don't go anywhere. They just keep walking around in a circle, saying things here and there to see if they matter. Enough to get the attention that they want. It's
Yeah,
not worth entertaining, for sure, for sure. It's like the boy who cried wolf. It's
for
like,
sure, for
ain't nobody
sure.
trying to see.
I mean, so like we're not going to entertain it, but we damn sure are gonna talk other shit about
Because
these
it's
losers.
entertaining, it
You know what
has
I'm
to
saying?
be. It's
We're
so
gonna create
entertaining.
entertainment from it. Because I can tell you right now, seeing these losers, it's nonstop hilarious. That's all it is to me.
Yeah.
It's so
Talk
funny.
about comedy.
I,
Talk about
oh my
comedy.
god, I love my favorite thing is when something like this happens and I go on Twitter and I slap them up because they're being little dumb, ridiculous people. And they just cry and cry, and they're like, "But
It's like
PlayStation sells more consoles. PlayStation sells more consoles."
you
Okay.
know what? It's crazy. It's like it's and then they call their galloper friends, right? And they're like,
Yeah, yeah,
"We
yeah.
found a spot to cry. We found a place to connect." And it's like, ain't nobody trying to connect with you. Like it's not about that. We're just poking fun. But listen, it's just to show you that they don't even have games to play and keep themselves entertained with when they have to go out there and keep track of what other people are doing.
Yeah, I mean it's really ridiculous. Like these, I don't know how. I thought when you follow people, that's when you can see all their stuff. But apparently, I don't know. They're obsessed. They have nothing better to do than to go ahead and just go into these posts and just sit there and talk crap. I'm sure many of them hopped in here thinking that they were gonna go ahead and like talk crap, and then they see that they can't talk crap for like hours and like, ah, damn it.
Money,
Damn
you
you, see money.
asshole.
You got me. You got me.
There's so much to say today. That's all right.
Oh
That's all
my
right.
god, it's hilarious. So obviously, as you know, guys, Phil Spencer's been out in these streets doing some things.
He
So we're
has.
gonna
He has.
we're gonna talk about the interview. We're gonna talk about another
Yes.
interview. We're gonna talk about we got a full show today. It's gonna be a good time. But before we do that, first of all, I noticed for some reason the chat was gone from the top part. So like the first few are gone, which were the first 3, but if I'm not mistaken, I think I remember um actually now I'm trying to remember it, I'm also forgetting it. So if you remember, put it in here. But before we get to our homies in the chat that are live, obviously you guys are awesome.
You know what's funny?
Damn it. Yes.
It was because Cage said Demet 5th, right? So he's in 5th place. And right above, you don't see the top 2. You only see who came in 3rd. If
Do
he
you
was
see who
5th,
came in third?
assuming that he was 5th, I feel like Jersey Boy
No, 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 no,
wouldn't
no,
make
no,
that up.
no. You wouldn't see that because it's a group of people. So him being well, no, Canuck is 5th.
Oh, damn. And the plot thickens.
Yeah, yeah. So I know who's first for sure. And then second is the one that I'm forgetting.
Damn.
And then third. So, just let us know in the chat. But before we get to the homies in the chat, we appreciate y'all. You're awesome. We do have to shout out our supporters over on YouTube,
Yes.
our elite members. We have
Woo.
the homie Big Boy Mike, the homie
Yes.
Dark Angelic, and our homie Spoon Man. And then, of course, we have our YouTube inner circle members. That's the homie Big Mix Gaming
Yes.
and Coach Hooded Canuck.
Woo.
We appreciate y'all so much for supporting us
Guys.
at those higher tiers, man. It makes a difference. So thank you so much, homies.
Thank
But
you.
again, that's not the only ones. Obviously, all of our members over on YouTube, we love y'all. Thank y'all so much for
Thank you,
supporting
guys.
us. You guys are the shit. But of course, being here live in the building with us, you guys are supporting us in a major way. So we appreciate each and every one of y'all for rocking out with us. I will say, I know the first person who was through the door, right? So we do our top 3.
Oh,
The chat is taking us down, but I know the first person through the
tell
door
me.
this week was the homie Erican. That's
Yes.
right. Erican was first. The question is who was second? And I just
Shout out to
don't
Erican.
remember. I
Tell
don't.
us.
I feel like Will Broke Boy Lewis would have said something.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Cage is 8th. Okay, so Cage wasn't there. Was it? It had to be. I don't know. I feel bad.
I do too, because I'm actually keeping track.
Will Broke Boy Lewis was second, music says.
Let's go.
All right, Broke Boy. Thank you, man. Appreciate you being
Thank
number
you. Thank
2.
you,
And I mean,
guys.
funny enough, he is right underneath this one. He says, "What up, everyone? Just sitting back, getting ready to watch the stream, playing my PlayStation first party game on my Switch." Are you talking about the
Enjoy.
day and date release of a PlayStation first party game on your Switch? Yes, I think
That's
that's
the
what you're
one.
talking about.
That's the one.
You are one of the very few who are doing so.
Seriously.
Because we got something to talk about there too. It's wild, actually, the situation that they're in for sure.
And you would think that considering the lack of games, once they get these random drops, that the developers will be busy, right? That they would kind of just be kicking back, playing their game. But no, they don't show up. They're still not showing up. So
Yeah, it's true.
you know
It's true.
why
No matter
though?
what.
It's probably because they're not Xbox games.
Got it. Got it. For sure. Because like when Indiana Jones drops in the spring,
Yeah.
they'll be all over that shit like cockroaches. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? Like that's just 100%. 100%. Um,
oh man.
I really feel bad. I don't know who number 3 was. So I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't know why this happened.
CMoney dropped the ball.
I didn't drop no balls. I never
Oh,
dropped the ball.
okay.
I mean, I don't grab the ball.
I was
You know what I'm talking
you
about.
listen, okay, leave it at that because I'm listen. Just saying. Don't corner yourself into a situation. You know I'm quick.
I ain't saying nothing.
Okay.
I'm not saying anything. Leave me alone. I didn't
Okay.
do it. I didn't do it. All right. That's all I know. That's all I know. The homie RC Polygon, my
RC,
dude. Thank
what's
you, bro,
good,
for being here,
baby?
man. Thank you, bro, for being here.
Happy
Thank you for that $5 super
birthday.
chat. Says with the whole this is an Xbox marketing, this can improve their chances of getting a big acquisition since more people can play more games. Take two. Yo, I mean, it's the truth. It's the truth. Look, we know where the world is going. We know where Xbox is going. We've known where Xbox is going.
Absolutely.
They already had an outrage about a previous commercial, and they keep saying the same nonsense. Obviously, we're gonna jump into it a little later,
I can't
but
wait.
it's nonstop bull. It's nonstop bull. It's fake outrage from the same people and doing the same thing. Listen,
It's predictable at
it
this
is.
point. You know exactly what waves are coming in. You know exactly when. It's like what? How many this year? It's been nonstop this year though. Um, it's cute.
It is cute. It is cute indeed. The homie Big Mix Gaming,
Let's
who is out
go.
here in the streets slapping up these ponies and these
Toma,
no, God, son of
toma,
these gallopers,
toma.
and these
Let's just
galloping bots.
let's just say that he took off his belt, right, and had a field day.
Mm.
All right, he had a field day for sure. We all got to witness this, so
So the homie Big Man's with that $5 super chat, man.
yes,
Appreciate you, homie.
thank you.
Says, wonder if the crybabies got their mama tetas out their mouth yet. Fucking putas complaining about crap we already knew. 100%. 100%. And it's just this desire to, like, I don't know. I guess they all just want to have their time where somebody can be like, yeah, I agree with you, because they want somebody to acknowledge them. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what this desire is to go out there and just cry publicly in the most ugliest way possible and just embarrassing yourself, because they've all done it, right? As usual suspects, like, you see them crying the same way, and they all said they were leaving,
Yet
but they're still
somehow the same
here.
outpour of tears are I mean,
If
again,
if they left,
what's the
why are
definition
they
of
listening?
insanity?
Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. And this is like, I don't get it. Why are they still here looking to cry more? It's like, come on, man. We're
It's
we're gonna
like
get
a
into it.
song, just like one of the song from the 90s, like, "My bags are packed, I'm about to leave," and then they just stay. They just stay, crying.
Yeah, it's a problem.
They're waiting for the moment when someone tries to stop them, and it hasn't happened
Like,
yet.
please don't go. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Oscar Wheat,
Let's
man. Thank you so much for
go,
being here, homie.
Oscar.
Appreciate you, fam. Thank you for that
Thank
$5 super
you.
chat. Says, for a Sony fan to be excited for Xbox games and not demand answers from Sony on first party is beyond wild to me. Bro, this is the thing. Rewind to when Xbox only had 5 studios that were making games, and go watch those conversations from the gallopers who would sit there and go and poke fun and laugh that there's no first party, ha 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 ha. Now they have the lowest amount of first party representation ever in the
In
history,
the worst way, by the
ever in the
way,
history.
because
And it's
it
bad representation when they get it.
yes. It's not a it's they're getting if they get those games that from the IPs that they tend to gravitate towards, they're remakes, right? Remasters actually, it's the usual suspect. But that's what they get from things that they're used to, and now they're getting fed meals that they don't want to eat. So this whole situation where they're out here knocking on Xbox and at the same time just waiting for Xbox's games to potentially hit their platform maybe someday. It's funny to me. Like, make up your mind. I think this is an obsession. You're in love with Xbox apparently in the games. You just can't seem to acknowledge it yourself. But all the signs point towards obsession.
I mean, they obviously have that tendency, right? I think gallopers, I think that's their problem, right? They become obsessive. So they're obsessed over the box, right? And that's all they could think about. That's why they can't let go. So even though they see all the games they actually want to play on the Xbox side of things, they just sitting there staring out the window, tears just coming down their faces. They're just sobbing uncontrollably, right? Snot pouring out of their mouth. They
It's
look
like being left by
horrible.
someone and they're just outside screaming for them,
They are.
outside their freaking door, just crying, and they won't let
But
go.
they and
It's
it's like
like,
they just won't leave the building, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
they sit there, they cry, they watch everybody on the other side getting all these games for free in their Game Pass, all this the excitement that the real Xbox fan base has, is at an all-time high, and they just watch and stare and cry. This is their life. This is their life. This is the life of a Galloper, okay? They know it, we all know it, but they do a great job of pretending like they don't. You know what I'm saying? You just see it when these announcements happen, right? Like, what's that dude's name? Porter Rock, whatever, Porter Rock, right? He was so pumped when Indiana Jones the guy he put on a hat. He went to the store.
I
He
didn't
got
know.
he got dressed up as
Oh,
Indiana
what?
Jones,
What? No.
something like
No.
that. He took a picture that way. That's all I know. It's either in a picture or a thumbnail, something. He put his face somewhere. I don't know. All I know is that he was super excited. Then you got the other one. What's his name? The other pony, Jay Barry, the Galloper. Oh
What
man,
he
I gotta
do?
stop. I
What
don't
he
want.
do?
He's got his. Somebody clipped him, begging for Perfect Dark. I need it. Oh please. Oh God, please give it to me. Perfect Dark. Please bring it over here, please. And it's like, fam. You guys said you can buy all these games, right? How about we know that they haven't released many games. Okay. So if you were able to do it, why don't you just save up, I don't know, just a little bit so you could actually play the games you want to play and go get yourself an Xbox, right? Instead of sitting there crying and crying
I
for
mean,
these
I
games
think
to come.
the funniest thing is it's when you have an Xbox and you're upset at the idea of what's to happen, potentially maybe someday. I know it sounds crazy, but that's literally the situation. They're upset about what could maybe someday, possibly, not guaranteed, take place. Um, so because of that, they're leaving and they're gonna wait for those Xbox games
Mhm.
over
Yeah.
at PlayStation to see if maybe someday, possibly, they'll get them there. Make it make sense.
Well, let's you know what? I love what you said. So let's play that scenario out.
Yes.
This news just happened. They say, F this, I'm done. I'm sick of it. Give me my Xbox. I'm going to the store. I'm going to go trade in my Xbox. I'm going to go buy me a PlayStation. Now,
Okay, okay.
I don't own a PlayStation because I hate their games, but I'm going to go buy that PlayStation now that doesn't have the Xbox games that I want right now because they only have 4 old games right now. But I'm going to go do that. And I'm going to go play on the controller that I also have been hating this entire time. And then I'm going to sit there and wait for the Xbox game to come. And then when the Xbox game comes, I'm going to pay 70 for that game because I'm so angry. I'm going to buy it on the PlayStation
Full price.
full price to show Phil that I
That
don't take no crap. I don't take no crap. All right. I'm going to get rid of my Game Pass. All right. I'm not going to pay 20 a month and play these games. I'm going to pay 70 for each one of them when they come. Right. That's the plan. I
Oh
get
my
it. No,
goodness.
no, I get it. It makes sense to me, guys, for sure.
That's how
For
they're
sure.
gonna that's how they're gonna hurt the brand, you know? That's,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. So
They're going to take them down. They're going to take them down for
oh,
sure.
for sure, for
For
sure.
sure. Absolutely. Mike
Oh,
hunts Harry from the back. I think
okay.
he made it worse again. Something happened with that picture, but it is diabolical.
You know, man, it's always like you see it for the first time.
It is. You never get used to that
No,
face.
no.
Never.
Um,
That's a horrible image. He said, "Thank you, brother, for being here. Thank you for that $2 super chat."
thank you.
Says, "My PS5 Pro is an Xbox. I love Xbox games." Oh man, it's so funny that they believe that by buying Xbox games on a PlayStation whenever they come, they think they're hurting Xbox. They think they're taking them out of business. That's the kill shot. Come on, millions of PlayStation people. Let's do the kill shot. Let's all buy the next Indiana Jones. Kill shot. You know what I'm saying? Kill shot is done. It's done.
It's like if there's a duel, right? And you go ahead and you try to hit him with cotton candy. Like I'm gonna get you now. Here you
Mm,
go. Like,
mm.
what are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's like they purposely like take the part out of their brain that recognizes that when they spend 70, right? When they spend 70, Sony only keeps 21. Xbox gets the rest. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like they don't understand that when they buy those games, they're going to be continuously funding Xbox in all their endeavors. So all those commercials that are out there, yeah, paid for by PlayStation. Thank you so much. You know, that would be that would be amazing. If
What?
they just at the end of all their commercials, right? It says Xbox, the logo, and then at the bottom it says paid for by PlayStation fans.
Oh my goodness. That would be wild.
It would be honest. It
It
would be
would be.
honest.
It would be.
It's the truth of what it is. All right, and then we got the homie Be
Be
Nice
nice.
in
What's
the
good?
building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Thank you for that $5 super chat. It says Phil knows what he's doing. He's priming gallopers, mind control. He's having them save up their money, has them thinking my PlayStation is an Xbox.
That was
Yo,
wild.
I
It,
feel
it's
you.
Man, they're all so excited for Indiana Jones. They're saving their pennies. They're getting into costumes. Like man, it's really sad to see. And supposedly this is their way of winning. You guys
Yeah.
understand that? This is their way of winning.
That's like, you know what it is? I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Tell me.
That's like if the ponies, the gallopers, all came in here, okay? All the gallopers came in here and said, I'm going to show them. Everybody, $70 super chats, ponies. Come on. The gallopers pay the super chats to tell us how dumb we are, right? You guys
Oh,
are
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
worst. Here's a hot 70. You guys are the worst. Here's a hot 70. You guys are whack. Here's a hot 70. This is,
That's
you
a
know what I'm
perfect
saying?
analogy. Yes.
Like that's what
Yes.
they're
It's like,
doing.
okay, keep telling me. Didn't
I'll
sink in
show
yet.
you guys
Yeah.
how worthless you are by continuously supporting you nonstop. Come on, man. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. They're so dumb. Oh my god. All right. We didn't even say hi to anybody. You know what I'm saying?
Let's
Because
go. Let's
we
get
got
in
all caught
here.
up
I see
with the fun
something
time.
from Kate. She's telling me to read the message above, but I can't find the message above.
Just redo the message, man. Music 72 in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here, homie. Force One Vlogs. What's up, player? E Ranks in the building. What's going on, homie?
Yo,
Cage, what's up, player?
what's
Fillmore
up,
Pockets,
Paige?
what's up, homie? Queen Blueface, what's going on, fam?
Yes, what's up, baby?
E Ranks in the building. I love this. E Ranks. Here's to hoping the Galloper box, the Galloper bots actually leave this time, but we all know they won't.
They won't. There's no way. There's no way.
No,
It's all fake news. You are fake news.
you are fake news. It's the truth, yo. It's the truth. Unfortunately, they won't be leaving us as much as we would like them to. They won't. Anthony Sanchez in the building. What's up, man? Jonas the dad. What's
Anthony.
going on, homie? Thank you for being here. Arnie, what's going on, man?
Arnie, what's
Appreciate you,
up?
fam. Thank you for being
The
here.
Buster, I see you.
Michael Yu in the building. Let's see. Michael Yu. I feel like Michael Yu
What's
always
going on?
always got some stuff to talk about.
Bars.
All right, let's see. Hi guys. The
What's up?
constant outrage and doom and Gloom over Xbox multi-platform strategy is so tiring. People really need to just accept it and move on. And congrats to Sony and Lego Horizon
Ah,
for peaking at 602 concurrent
wow.
users. Wow. Wow.
Um, so nice of you.
Wow.
Oh my
That's wild.
gosh.
I gotta do a
Now,
check.
this is the thing. I need to know, um, did did the Switch owners show up for Lego Horizons? Um, or are we just talking about the Gallopers?
This is on Steam.
Okay,
On Steam.
okay.
So if you remember on Steam, um, Concord, this is how we knew Concord was dying,
Yeah.
right? Because
Ay, con
we know
Dios.
the developers don't buy games, right? So when they're on Steam, that's their best opportunity for success, right? Like,
Yes.
if they drop day and date, that's their best opportunity for success. And clearly they didn't let us down when we were talking about Concord and those numbers. So yeah, as of right now,
It's not looking good.
yeah, so um okay.
Damn.
So the game just dropped
When
today, I
today
think.
was it today?
I think it just dropped today. Um yeah, I think it just dropped today because yeah, so the first group of people started playing this game at 3 o'clock today. Okay. So three
Oh my
o'clock,
goodness, not at midnight?
not at midnight. No, that's when
Okay,
it
so
so
they
3
were,
o'clock
like,
today.
anxiously waiting.
Yep.
I'm getting that type of vibe here.
Okay,
Got
so
it.
ready? So 3 o'clock today, that's when it started. There was 10
Yes.
people playing the game. An hour later, that jumped to 541.
Okay, okay.
So in an hour, on a platform with hundreds of millions of players, 541 people showed up
What
for
a chunk.
a a PlayStation first party game day and date. And then an hour later, 50 more people decided to join that party at 593. And then an hour later, 9 more people decided they were going to hop on into that journey. Now that's a 3-hour window from 3 to 6 p.m. And from there, it has done nothing but go down
It
consistently
guys,
until
I'm
reaching the
it's
lowest point, which it is at right
it's like a
now,
slide, guys.
377.
Like, legit,
377.
legit, like a slide.
Mm.
It's
So
not
that
looking
three
good.
se so peaked 602, 377 right now. So as more people got home, less people wanted to play.
Okay, okay.
Interesting.
So shout out to Concord.
Concord
Shout
looking
out
like
to
it's holding the
Concord.
fort down
Yes,
because
yes.
there was another game that came out that was called uh Until Dawn. Now, this is the thing. That game actually peaked at 2600, right? But that was it. And then it was just doing way worse. I don't remember what was Concord's
I
peak.
thought it was 2,500, wasn't it, or 24? If you guys remember, let us
I mean, I
know
could just check
in the chat.
actually,
Okay.
unless they removed it from
From,
they might
like,
have removed it from
oh my
Steam.
gosh, you guys, funniest thing, funniest thing. Um, I saw a tweet about Concord's having like 56 beanies left so that people can
Oh
rush
yeah,
to the
yeah, yeah. You
PlayStation
could buy
store and
it.
go buy them.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, for sure.
that was uncomfortable.
So that was the beta. That was the open
Okay,
beta that
okay.
peaked that high. The regular Steam chart for for Concord was
Oh,
697. 697 was the
so
peak.
okay. So
So
Lego Horizons has
so
not
Lego
reached
Horizon
didn't hit
didn't
that
quite hit that.
before it started sliding down.
Hey,
Got
but
it.
wait, there's the weekend.
Oh, yes, gosh, CMoney, you're a genius. They must be waiting for the weekend,
Like
you
they were
guys.
waiting, just like they were
Oh,
waiting for
yes,
Concord
yes,
for the weekend.
that's it. That
Yeah,
must be
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Probably took Friday off. So we'll see tomorrow. We'll keep track. But if not, maybe they're sick. See,
Hmm.
some gallopers get sick and potentially they're just all sick at the same time and they'll show up. They'll show up
Absolutely.
at some point.
Music 72 says Lego Horizon in the ICU. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not
It's not looking good.
yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, I think that's the
Listen, this
reality
is
of what it
what
is.
I would say. I mean, we'll see what happens during the weekend, and let's just keep, maybe for the maybe Black Friday, maybe I mean, but it was already on sale, though. So, we'll see. We'll see. I
Yeah.
think so close to the holidays, that's what it has on its side, that, you know, they won't pull the plug
Well, this
on
is
this
not a live
one.
service game.
True,
So
true.
that's
It
why that's the
doesn't
only
matter, it's
reason
just
this won't
sales.
matter.
Just
Yeah, they're just
sales.
gonna let this ride. They don't have to upkeep it. They're just gonna abandon it. What this will do though is it might just put a little no more Lego games. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well,
For the
yes. I
other
mean,
brands.
they're trying to figure out how they're gonna go ahead and make some money. If this didn't hit, then that's it for that. We did know, we talked about how they're gonna go ahead and use their other IP if Horizon hit, they were gonna go ahead and turn them into Lego ones, but apparently, so
I
far,
feel
it's a
like
no-go.
I feel like they might. I mean, we don't know the numbers, and I don't think we ever will because I don't know if they ever get reported. I mean,
Oh,
I guess they do get reported, but I think the numbers will be so low that I don't think they'll
we'll
actually ever
see it,
report them. But
yeah.
I feel like Switch is the best shot,
Yep.
right? Like, Will Broke Boy Lewis is playing the game on the
We
Switch. We
know
know
Hargeet bought
Hargeet
it,
got it
yes.
on the Switch. So the Switch has a chance to save that game, but I don't think it would I don't think it would save it in the sense like, "Oh, let's make a whole bunch more for PlayStation and PC." I think they might just go full third party for Nintendo and just have just make their games for Nintendo for like the Lego versions of their games. Um, I think that has a better chance of happening than them just making more and investing more with results like this. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Let me get my homie Traybone 408 here, that $2 super chat, man. I appreciate you. Says
Yo,
no to gallopers. It's those other words, the old words. Yes, but I don't know if you were here when we talked about it. But YouTube had like made note of the idea that there was animal abuse because I think we said something about slapping a the old word. And yeah, so we're gonna steer clear. We still say by mistake, but we just have to get adjusted. It's just an adjustment period. All right. Gallopers is our way going forward, unfortunately. Can't do it any other way. Um Space Shot the homie says here
yo.
for the Xbox eulogy. LOL. Jeez.
Oh,
You would
man.
think the way that these clowns are talking about it, that would be a reality, and it's just insane. The Budster in the building. What's up, man? Becca in the
Buster,
building. What's going on, homie? Thank you for being here. Demo, what is up,
let's
playa?
go.
With the public service announcement says, "What's up,
Thank you,
chat? Hit the
Demo.
like button, y'all.
You're
Yo,
awesome, bro. Thank
do the
you.
right thing. Hit the like button. Appreciate
Yes.
y'all. Appreciate y'all. Um, Dova 360, what's up, man? SS Kill the Justice League is 13.99 Xbox
Cool.
Dirt Friday sale. Is it worth getting? Um, I enjoyed it for a
For
little bit.
13, yeah, for
For
13.99.
14, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe. Depends on what $14 means to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're looking at 14, it's like, man, I could probably use that somewhere else, then use it somewhere else. But if you're like, doesn't really mean anything to me, sure. If you're disappointed, if you're okay, just put it this way. If you're okay, if you think it's the worst thing ever, then get it. If not, then you'll be fine. You'll enjoy
Yes,
it.
there you go. If you're okay with the 13.99 being gone, it's like, okay, well, threw that out the window, but I'm okay with that, then yeah, go ahead and get it. I'm not saying I just don't know if you will like it. There were some issues there. We enjoyed it for a little bit, like CMoney said, but it looks like an open world, yet is so restrained. Um, So it gets frustrating a little bit.
For sure. For sure. Outward Lyric in the building. What's up,
Yo,
man? Thank you for being here, bro.
what's up,
Appreciate
love?
you, fam. Varun Kai
But by
Spy.
the way, the voice acting and everything in that game, they
It's
were
pretty
they
good.
were really good.
And
So
there was a dope ass moment in the game that made me wish that it was just a Batman game. You know what I'm saying? Like there was the
listen,
dopest
just to
moment.
clarify, you wish there was a Batman game
For
right
sure.
from the
From the
get
beginning.
go.
From the beginning. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's not a lie.
yes,
That's not a lie at all. No sir in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being
yo,
here. Power Balls, what's going on, man?
yes,
Jean-Marc Luis, what's up, man?
let's go.
Oh my god. And post up as well. I mean, he do be something, yo. He do be something for sure. Belzair in the building. What's up,
Yo, what's
man?
good?
He has a message here. Says the doom and gloomers need to grow up and make a decision. Acting childish on the internet is getting really old. If you don't like what Microsoft is doing, then leave.
Point blank.
Point blank. LOL. He
That's
adds.
it.
Don't
That's
even need
it.
it. Just go, dude. Just go. There's listen. If you are going to sit there and cry about this, then you don't belong here. You know what I'm saying? You don't. And I don't want to hear, I'm just holding Xbox accountable. I gotta give him the smoke. I gotta give Xbox the smoke.
They're not freaking ribs.
You ain't got no smoke for them, dog. You ain't got no smoke for them, okay? You don't. You're just looking like a
Barbecue.
fool
What are we
all by
talking
yourself.
about?
There ain't no smoke.
Come on,
dog.
man. Come on.
Oh my god, that's wild. Relski in the building. What's up,
Roski,
man?
what's good? Thank you for being
Thank you for being
here.
here, man. Appreciate you, man. Night Turn on the building. What's up, man? The real is the real Yiz. The real Yiz. What's up, man? Or the real Yeez. I don't know. Thanks, man, for being here. Appreciate you,
Thank
homie.
you, love.
Says Doom and Gloom is all the gallopers have left besides console sales. Let the glass house they throw stones from collapse on them. Never forget Concord. Gallopers are fighting hard to forget. They are.
Preach.
We won't let them.
Go.
We won't let them.
Let's
That's right.
go.
They could say as much, they could try to run from it, but they'll never outrun it. Never. It'll be here forever. Dark Angelic in the building.
Let's
Thank you,
go.
homie, for being here. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Says phonies entertain themselves with Twitter and Pornhub since they have no games. It's true. They're just sitting there eagerly waiting to see if Santa Phil will come down the chimney and give them a gift or two this Christmas. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what they live for now. They're just sitting there rocking on their chair, like, oh, is he gonna come? Is he gonna come? Did we buy enough copies of the last game to make it worth it to him?
This is the thing. They live for these moments when they see these people break down on X, right? They live for these moments because it makes them feel like there's something going on that it's not good over on Xbox, right? Over on the Xbox side. And it just feeds to their nonsense. They have it rough right now. And to hear people loosen it the way that they are, just straight up embarrassing. But to see them behave that way, it just allows them to feel like they have a win.
Agreed. Demo Demo said check your DM.
Let's
This is
go.
the way normal people would just say, yeah, I'm gonna go do something else. And the way the galloper bots and the gallopers
The
act.
galloping bots.
The galloping bots. You ready? Here you go. Exit. Dramatic exit. Oh, I must go.
Leave. I can't take it anymore. Go.
Yeah, homie. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's funny. That's funny. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Um, Varunkai Spy says, I
Oh,
can't believe they're crying about the Xbox ad when Xbox has been an ecosystem, not just a console for years. Exactly. Exactly. It's a problem. It's a problem. They don't stop. Gun Griffin, what's going on,
Con
homie?
Griffin, what's good?
Says, I almost quit YouTube today over the rampant doom and gloom garbage from the media and
Yo,
influencers. Just don't watch them, fam.
yeah.
Just don't watch them. When if you ever say to yourself, man, I got to get out of this doom and gloom nonsense, but I need to watch something on YouTube, just go back to old shit. It's there. It'll entertain you.
And listen, don't allow their feelings to affect how you feel, right? Um, if like it's optional. They're choosing to go into this negative crying environment and they're hoping to drag everyone with them. It's like a power high. They figure if I put this out there, how many people are gonna go ahead and feel like I do? And can I drag around with me in this mess? Just because they feel a certain way, it doesn't mean that you need to feel the same. um, so I just yeah, I don't entertain that kind of nonsense, and you have to know when to kind of get away from it before it affects you.
Agreed. 100%. Smart 661 in the building, man. What's
Yo,
up, player? Thank you for being here. Big boy Mike
yes, what's
in
up,
the
bro?
building. What is up, homie? Greg K, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. All right, hold on. Let me see. I got where am I? The homie, Kenneth J. Williams, my dude, member for
Yo,
6 months, man.
Kenneth, what's
Appreciate you,
good?
homie. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Says Xbox is making big moves. They're playing the long game, changing the industry, and PlayStation will fall in line and do the same. You know,
Absolutely.
I'm glad you said that. If you baby, we were just talking a little earlier upstairs, and you brought up Nintendo,
Yes, I did.
right? And their position now, right, versus their position before. And if you guys all remember, there was a moment, a pivotal moment for Nintendo where had they not made the decision they made, they could have been
Gone.
gone, to
Like
be honest
Sega,
with
right?
you.
So
It's the reality. They could have been gone. Um, and that was when they came out with the GameCube. Okay. So after they came out with the GameCube, they made the essentially the biggest decision of their entire existence, and which essentially, aside from when they started, which shaped the way they went forward, was they were very much since the beginning part of the power race, right? The Nintendo to the Super Nintendo to Nintendo 64, right? Like these were big jumps. They had a lot of big firsts, right? And they really were the leaders at a certain point
yeah.
in that kind of
They still
space.
look at what they did with the Switch and how they made
Well,
that
they but that's
the
hardware.
handheld movement though, like, they're still so innovative, but yeah, I know
Yeah,
what you mean.
so they that's what they were doing, right? And then come after the GameCube when they realized that creating a system that was, more powerful than the PlayStation 2 didn't help them, right? It didn't move the needle, it didn't bring them above them, right? And they decided at that moment that they weren't going to chase power going forward. And they were just going to stick with what works for them, which is their characters, their games, and their innovation. And they innovated. I mean, they had the biggest console innovations have come from Nintendo. Like, let's be clear, right? The Nintendo Wii with their motion control, everybody thought that was a joke, and it went on to sell like crazy numbers, right? And then again, you think they were done, but they went ahead and they beta tested it for the Wii U with their little gamepad scenario. But then they came out with the Switch, which they had two separate lines of their business, the handheld and their console, and they said, F it, let's bring it together. And they made the Switch. And the Switch is I would say, probably the most important console that was ever made, because honestly, I don't like I feel like they found their winning formula. Like that's it. They're good for the rest of time with this formula as far as creating a console that is a handheld. So you don't ever have to choose. You buy one thing and you got
You
both,
have both,
right?
yeah.
So you have that and you're locked, right? And I think honestly, it's something that Xbox should probably copy, and so should PlayStation. And I just think it just doesn't make sense to not have a handheld that is part of your ecosystem, not something that is separate, like basically what Nintendo used to be, right? Separate console, separate handheld. So these were big things, and it was all because they decided that they weren't going to play PlayStation's game, right? They weren't going to win that game. They decided that right away, and they said, you know what? We don't need that game. We have our own. And I could tell you right now, doesn't matter if PlayStation is whatever size they think they are and whatever number they are, Nintendo is one of the healthiest publishers there are.
Absolutely. They absolutely are. So I think, like you said, and Xbox is doing the same thing.
So that's the thing. That's what
They
Xbox is doing
stopped
now.
playing PlayStation's game and they started playing their own. And the biggest thing in life is like you have to know who you are, or and be confident in who you are, or the world will rock you, right? So they have an identity.
Agreed.
Nintendo has an identity. Their IP is strong, and they adapted to what they went ahead and needed to do. They stopped fighting for trying to go ahead and have the most power or outdo PlayStation when it comes to power, and found out who they were and what made them special, right? And that was their strength. And that's why they are where they are now.
It's just
Xbox is doing the same exact thing. PlayStation just doesn't know. That's why they keep hitting the wall. They don't know how to adapt and figure things out. Now, another weakness of theirs is the fact that they don't have the same kind of IP, right? So their IP is not a standalone, it's not strong as these other the IP from Xbox or Nintendo
they don't
are.
have a Master
They
Chief,
don't
they don't have
have it.
a
They don't have a
Marcus Phoenix,
Mario.
they don't have a Concord, they don't have a Banjo, they don't have anything that matters, right?
Exactly.
These are just games. At certain point, if the game starts going bad,
That's
Aloy is
it.
not gonna survive bad games, right? Aloy is not like a signature character that is
She's not.
going to stand the test of time. She's not. If the games don't do well, the games will die, and so will her character, right? That's just what it is. Same thing for every other game that PlayStation has. It's just the truth. I mean, Nathan Drake was the closest one that they would have had with Uncharted, but even that they let die. And guess what? There's tons of people right now who don't know who Nathan Drake is.
Absolutely.
It's just the same. Same thing with Joel, right? Same scenario. Joel and Ellie, they had something special with the first game. What did they do? They broke it up and killed it off. And it's like, okay. So they're so caught up with the movie aspect of their games, right? The
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 dramatics,
cinematic
yeah.
dramatics. They forgot that sometimes people just want a character that they can follow through multiple games and have a great time, right? Chief is not gonna die. Okay, Master Chief will not die. He can't die. He's the beast, right? And he's going to live on no matter what scenario it is. That's just the reality of what it is. Mario's in the same boat, right? These are iconic characters, right? If you see Master Chief somewhere, you know it's Master Chief. This is what it is. Even Marcus Phoenix at this point
Absolutely.
has that same
Yep.
situation where you see him, you know where he's from. This is just what people know these days, right? So this is just the way it is. And the only difference between Xbox and Nintendo is Nintendo said, okay, we're gonna go down in what we spend, but we're gonna just innovate, right? Which is great. Microsoft said, you know what we're gonna do? We're not going to bow down to PlayStation and let them have the victory and just find our own little niche. No, what Xbox is doing is going bigger than PlayStation could ever go, bigger than they can ever go because they can never afford the IP that lives in the zeitgeist, right? They can never afford to be part of that conversation. Understand, Microsoft made themselves a part of that conversation with Minecraft and now with Call of Duty. They have both spectrums tied. They have the young demographic and they have the hardcore demographic locked in stone. Xbox is the zeitgeist now, right? They are part of the narrative forever. Whereas PlayStation doesn't, those IP don't have that strength. They don't. The only one maybe is going to be Gran Turismo, right? Just because it's been there since the day one. Gran Turismo, I would say, is probably their strongest, IP by name that people might know. I mean, there's been a movie, things like that. So outside of that, that's it, man. Maybe Kratos too. Maybe Kratos because he's back from the PlayStation 1 days or plays, yeah, 1 or 2, whatever. Back then. Um, Point is that they just don't have what Microsoft has. So they took it to the next level. They went up. They didn't go down. They left them down, right? They didn't go beneath or high. They're going bigger and better where only they can go. And that's where the fear comes from PlayStation because they cannot compete. It's not a choice for them. They cannot go where Microsoft is going. They
They can't.
cannot
And again,
follow.
this is where you kind of fall back and you say, okay, where do I fit in here? And how do I move forward with what I already have? And that's what they failed to do. They wanted to go ahead and compete in a space where they can't. That's why they keep losing money the way that they are.
Well,
And
they're
they're going to
staying
continue to do so.
they're afraid to leave their little comfort zone, and the problem is that their comfort zone is not even comfortable anymore, right? So, like, they're trying to stick to these consoles, which is great, but we see the numbers, man. Like, we see them. They came out, official documentation from Sony. The vast majority of their players don't buy games. The vast majority.
Well, I mean, and that's why they're not their reach is for a separate audience. Their reach is for a different audience. They're trying to reach those Nintendo fans. Why? Do you think it's because, whoever bought those 65.5 million boxes are not still sitting there? They just won't buy the games and they won't show up. So they don't know how to reach them. And obviously they feel like they've exhausted every option of it, right? So if you feel like there's no way to go ahead and connect with whoever has these 65.5 million boxes out there, you try to go ahead and reach a different audience. And here we go, PlayStation trying to see if they can connect with Nintendo somehow.
Yeah, I mean,
This
that's
is
gonna be
the
a long
thing. Let's
shot.
not
That's gonna be a long
forget
shot,
that
right?
PlayStation did try to take Nintendo out. And a lot of the Nintendo audience have grown up with Nintendo, right? So I don't know how those Lego Horizon numbers are looking, but I
On it,
do
you mean on the
on the
Switch?
Switch,
We know
but
how they're looking on
it
Steam.
ain't looking good. That's why I'm leaving it kind of open when it comes to the Switch, right? I don't know what's happening there, but I do know that they are very well aware of what took place before. And I'm not sure how they feel about being the audience that comes in and saves the day for PlayStation. Especially when they're still providing games that their audience shows up for.
It's true. It's true. And
Yeah.
they're in a rough place, right? And that's just what it is. Then we got the homie Big Mix Gaming back with another $2 super chat, man. Appreciate you, homie. Says
Yo, let's
says
go.
the gallopers beating their meat, waiting for a platinum trophy. What? Oh my god. I was not expecting that. My boy, Big Miz, not messing around. Slapping them up, man. This is just what it is. This is just what it is. Um, another thing that we talked about for a little bit, a little earlier, if you remember, maybe we were talking, and we were talking about how like Microsoft, right? Like how this is not new for Microsoft, right? So if you remember back in the day, Microsoft was very much a you should be buying PCs that have Windows on
Yep.
it. That's what you should be doing. If you want to use Office, go buy a PC, right? If you want to use any of our Word, Microsoft Excel, you want to use that stuff, no problem. Go buy a PC, right? And what happened over time, right? Apple rose, right? They were dying, but they rose, right? And they became a not as big as Microsoft in any way, shape, or form as far as their PC side of things, right? But they became a significant number, significant enough
Absolutely.
that Microsoft was trying to get those people to come over and buy PCs and get them to use Office, but they would never go. They would not leave Mac just to use Office. And then what did that lead to? That led to Apple creating their own products like their numbers and their other basically like for like, right? They have their own Word, they have their own Excel for Apple, right? And those people just started using that. It's good enough. Even it might not have been Word, it might not have been, but it was good enough. And then what
So
Microsoft
what do
do?
they do?
Microsoft saw that there was no way to get those people to come on, no matter how shiny we made Word look, no matter how many features we announced, no matter what, to those Apple users, Apple's versions were good enough. So Microsoft went ahead and said, no problem. And that is when all of a sudden they put Word on Apple. They put Excel on Apple and they made it work. Whether it's through their 365, whether it's through the browser, whatever version, they made it so that these people can access their Office suite without having to own a Windows PC,
You
right?
can't force the hand. People like what they like,
You
but you
can't.
can go ahead and take a piece of the pie. Now, you brought this up, right? We were talking about it earlier. Now, let me ask you a question based on what you just said. PlayStation has 65.5 million PlayStation 5s out there. Now, do you convince those people to drop their PlayStation 5s and go pick up an Xbox? Or you just screw them from within by having them get used to your games and, dropping some of your IP in there. Have them sitting tight waiting for your next game, for your Indiana Jones, for your Call of Duty, for
And
your
having them
Doom,
pay for
and
each
have them
one of
pay
them.
more than your own consumers who chose your box pay for their games. So I'm just saying, you got to think at the business aspect of it and why this is playing out the way it is.
And look at the benefits from it. Microsoft was not $3 trillion when they made that decision. But you know what?
They
After
are
that
now.
decision after that decision and being able to tap in to the entirety of the Apple user base, not just Macs, but the iPhone, iPads, every other device that Apple makes has access to Microsoft products, and they get the same experience as a Windows user, and they pay, and they pay, and they pay to have access to these things. And Microsoft just banks. And you know what else is funny that took place with this whole scenario? See, Microsoft went ahead and did that, right? But Apple did not, right? Apple was their own walled garden as well.
Yep.
Similar to PlayStation, where no, 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 this is what we're doing. This is our thing. We have enough users over here,
We don't
but
need
we
yours.
don't need yours. But then what did Apple do? Funny, because I know for a fact that if I went into my Android phone right now, I can go ahead and download Apple Music
Hmm.
and have access to my music library from
Now,
Apple,
some may call that bending the knee, right? But it's just business.
but it's just business. And now Apple has access to Android, Apple has access to Windows. They did the same thing. I can go right now on Windows and I can do my sheets or whatever. I forget the not Google Sheets, the other one. I used to use it all the time. I stopped using it recently. But on Apple's version of all these things, I would because I was having my iPhone, so I was using their stuff for most of the time, and I have access to all that stuff on my Windows PC. This is just a way forward. And you know what? Mac users and Windows users have the same beef as Xbox and PlayStation. Okay. iPhone users and Android users have the same beef. But guess what? They still don't understand that all these devices are intermingling with each other and getting business from the other platforms because there's only so many people in the world, and no matter what, the businesses want to keep growing. And once you tap your individual market, we've had bangers. This whole thing about exclusive sounds consoles. These same dude, it just kills me with these pony bots or these galloping bots that we got on our side over here, saying this rhetoric and repeating the nonsense that these gallopers talk out there. But where has that gotten Microsoft in the rankings? They had all the exclusives. They've had them. Halo's one of the best games ever made. I don't care who says what. I love it. It's fire. Okay. One of the highest rated games ever, Halo 1. Right? They've had it. They've had it. Okay. Where is that difference right now? It's not there. They don't have it. Whether you can argue that in Xbox 360 they had the advantage, they took the lead, and they could have had more consoles out there than PlayStation. But you can say the what ifs of everything. Xbox One generation happened, and that was it. That was it. There was no coming back from that. People left, and that's where it was. And the alternative was that there was going to be no Xbox. So Phil did what he had to do, made it all work, made it all happen. And now they got to the point where they're too important to Microsoft, right? And once they
Too
become too
important to
important to
fail.
Microsoft, they can't let it fail. They won't let it fail. And the only way that they can keep after you go to your board, after you go to your stockholders and say, "Hey, look at what we did. Xbox is actually a major pillar." Then the stockholders are like, okay, dope, great. So that's another place where you guys are going to keep growing and make us more money, right? Right,
Right.
right, right.
Right, not in
Okay,
wave. Not in
not in
wave.
wave. So
Yep.
this is the thing. As much as you might sit here and say, well, I don't care about those stockholders. I don't care about any of that. I just want what's best for me as a gamer. Guess what? Microsoft is the only company out here who, being beholden to the stockholders, have gone against the the more logical way, which is just to keep forcing people to buy the first party games because newsflash, no one else does it. They're not competing with anyone in the Game Pass space, but they still said, nope, what's best for our customers is to have Game Pass. Baby, can you mute your mic for a second just because it started and then it'll go away? Um, they are still, no matter what, using Game Pass as a vehicle for its most hardcore fan base. The people who say, I'm paying you every month, I want access to your games. They are giving you that. They're not slowing that down. They are spending more and more, investing more and more. And as we're going to hear when we get into these topics, which we haven't got into yet, um, they're not done. They're not done. They're not done giving us more, right? And that is a beautiful thing, right? That's the beautiful thing. Um, but that being said, we do have to we're going to move forward. All right, we're going to move forward because we do have the actual um topics to get to. Let me just make sure. I do see we have the homie Big Mad Mo in the
Yo,
building.
what's good? Thank you for being here.
Ma, dude, thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member for 6 months, man.
Thank you so much.
Says, so what I got out of the interview, more games in Game Pass, acquisition season in effect, handheld and consoles. We eating good, Xbox winning,
Yes,
celebrate.
get
Facts.
them. That's what
Facts.
I'm talking
We're gonna
about.
go through it and we're gonna see that
But they
exact
want
thing.
it they want to forget all of that, right? Let's just focus on whatever we can pick on and tear apart. It's a odd mentality.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The homie Will Broke Boy Lewis,
Yo,
my dude, thank you for being here, man. Thank you for that
thank
$10
you.
super chat. Says Xbox releases game multiplat on everything, but the best-selling console sells like gangbusters. PlayStation releases game multiplat, including best-selling console, and not Xbox, looks like sales like busters. So no good sales. You're right. You're right. Right. So when Xbox releases one of the games and it goes everywhere, it does amazing. Right. Oh, but without Nintendo, I think he's saying. Yes. So Xbox been releasing stuff without the Switch and it goes crazy. PlayStation releases stuff not on Xbox, but on the Switch, and it doesn't really sell too well. I mean, look, that's the reality of where they are right now. Their sales are just not performing to their forget what these these gallopers say is okay, right? It's just not performing to where they want, right, babe? I mean, they're not the numbers are not where they want, regardless of when they sell these things.
It is what it is.
Agreed. Agreed. All right.
So Cage wants to shout out Ryur. Shout out to Ryur. He says that he created and taught me how to change my icon. That's so dope, bro. He's awesome. Look at that. Look who's got a new profile pic. And if I'm not mistaken, let me see if I find the homie Ryur because he's got a new one too. Yo, that's pretty
Oh,
fire.
snap.
That's fire.
That is fire. That is dope.
He also says that I heard the applause sound, CMoney.
No, you didn't. Stop trying to play me. I know that. Let me try it. Did you guys hear that?
No one heard that, see.
No one heard it. Got it. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Just want to make
I
sure.
feel like I speak for everyone when we say we didn't hear it.
Yes, I see that. I see that now. John Bon Zombie, what's up, man? Thank you for being here. Says Herman, I love you so, and I want you to know, please don't go. Please don't go. That's hilarious. All right, listen, I feel like we gotta stop losing the mess ups. You know what I'm saying? Like Jim Ryan, he was great to have around, but he's gone now. Herman, he done messed up big time. He should be gone, but I don't want him to leave. I want him to keep messing up, you know? Just want to keep that train wreck going. You know what I'm saying? Um, E Rank says the number of grown men crying the last couple days. Jeez, that is wild. James Kofi in the building. What's up, man? Thank you for being here. Verd Brizzle, what's up, fam? Thank you for being here, man.
At this point, it's not a did you think it through before you went ahead and started creating this drama out there? It's just man, it's like that's just what they're about.
Agreed.
Crying and crying.
It's just the tears that they want to. It's like it's because they have excess liquid inside of them. You know what I'm saying? So they're trying to just flush it out. They have too much.
Oh my
They have too much.
gosh. That's possible. That must
Yeah, it's
be
because
it.
they lick the salt. You know what I'm saying? Remember our boy Hargeet with his little. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
I
It
get
retains
it.
water.
Yes.
It's how you retain water. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
I
So
understand. Now it don't make sense.
that's why the tears can flow so easily from them. It's beautiful. 50th, what's up, man? Thank you for being
58.
here.
What's good,
It
baby?
says
Thank you
these
for being here.
gallopers capping about the switch on their revolver. Yeah, it's a problem. Dion
Dion,
Hayes, man. Thank you for being
yes.
here, brother.
What's
Says,
up?
what's up, Xbox family? PlayStation boss and CEO said the same thing as Phil Spencer, and they lose their mind over what Xbox said, but not PlayStation. It doesn't make any
It
sense.
doesn't. It doesn't. They're so invested. As if man, it's crazy. As if Phil needs to learn some type of needs the business advice from them or something like that, and they're just out there making sure he gets it. Like if they don't care what you have to say. They stopped caring. Actually, they used to try to go ahead and correct things a bit more, but the crying never ends. It doesn't matter how they approach a situation. It doesn't matter how many times they address it. The crying never stops. So I said it before, like a while back, probably a year ago. If you don't stop crying no matter what, then what do you think is going to happen? If there's nothing I can do to make you happy, then the hell with you, right?
Facts.
Why would I keep trying? It's a lose-lose situation. The tears will just roll down anyways. You're going to turn on them anyways, no matter what they do. I used to say if Phil steps on someone's shoe, it's like, oh, it's the end of the world. It's over. It's always the same outrage.
Why do you think that is, baby? Why do you think they don't let it go and just have some acceptance in their life? Like, why do you think like they just want to hold on so tight to this past? Like, this is the thing. This is the thing, right? Like these galloping bots that sit there and they cry about the scenario, right? They are essentially saying, no, 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 I want Xbox to stay in last place and I don't want them to grow and I don't want them to make more money. I want them to stay broke like PlayStation just so that I can have look what like relive my glory days in my youth when I used to do this all the time. Like, what is it? What why do you think they want to keep this going?
Listen, um, I'm not sure. I can't speak for anyone, but it seems to me there's they have a way of wanting to get clicks by the detriment of the Xbox brand, which is difficult for me to understand because you can't stand by a brand or have a podcast based on who they are in their games and just want to knock it constantly because then you're not a fan, right? It's just I can't process the whole situation. It just it seems like undercover gallopers to me. Like they just
Agreed.
want to go ahead and get in here and let's see trick an entire community into believing and I mean that's why it also confuses me and it to each their own how you know the gallopers are allowed to just talk all kinds of crap about Xbox and their games and to the Xbox fans and the community in their chat and they get to go ahead and get away with that and do that as if this is their playground. If they want to go ahead and talk a certain way, go listen to the PlayStation podcast, right? Isn't that where you maybe belong? You got to come in a really peaceful way to come and rock out if you're looking to be a part of an Xbox podcast. And I think it goes the same way the other way around. I don't know.
The truth. It's the truth. 100%. 100%. And Mick Kumar, what's going on,
And
fam?
man, what's good?
Thank you for being here, homie. Appreciate you. 504 Trey, what's up, fam? T2 Comic Books Overviews. What's up? Look at this. Says Xbox shipping games to other platforms. It's genius. That's how you run a business and get a bigger player base. Soon, PlayStation will be Xbox, just like Xbox vids showing what is Xbox. I mean, it's the truth.
Let By the way, they bought a bunch of studios, right? And I they can't come out here and soothe you and nurture you every time that they're going to make the decision to put one of those games on other platforms. They just can't. They have a business to run. And I don't think it's their job to come out here and burp you and rock around with you back and forth until you feel better. At that point, go get a PlayStation. You are almost a problem for them. I'm going to choose the word almost, but you're a problem. You're an
Facts.
annoyance.
It's true. 100%. Fark you in the building. What's up, man? I see you, player. Thank you for being here. Hyper King X3. What's up, man? Says this
No,
fake outrage is
it
laughable.
is. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. It is. All right, all right. So what's up? I see Snooky in the building, Mongoose Mall. What's up, man?
Yes. Thank you for
all right.
being here, you guys.
Let's get to this. Let's get to this first chapter. Return true. What's going on? Homie says they pay, we play. Game Pass,
Yes.
baby.
Yes.
That is just those are just facts right there, man. Those are that's the reality of what it is. And is I think what hurts them so much. You know what I'm saying? That's what hurts them so much is that they know they're funding us, but they can't resist, right? Because they want to play those games, right? It's the perfect storm. Xbox is slapping them up. It's
It's about
beautiful.
the games, right?
Absolutely, it's about the games. It's 100% what it is. Dreadpool, what's up, man? I see you, homie. Thank you for being here, bro. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right, I want to say how to like. Oh, J Mac in the building.
Let's
J
go.
Mac, what's going on, man? He says I like gallopers, but turd runners fits well. Turd runners. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I
Yo.
like it. I
That's
like it.
hilarious. Oh man, what's up, Rob? What's up, man? Thank you for being here, bro. Hold on. He says, new article on FTC going after Microsoft again for cloud. Like to hear your thoughts. FTC needs to back off and go after Sony instead. Don't know why Lena Khan has a hate boner for Microsoft. I mean, first of all, I haven't seen this new article, but if they're going after Microsoft for the cloud, that's just ridiculous because Microsoft already gave up the rights to the new, the new stuff for to Ubisoft.
Yeah.
So it's like, what are you even
During the
talking about?
ABK deal. So I thought that was settled out.
Yeah, listen, she's on her way out anyway, so she's probably just trying
Good riddance.
to leave definitively, right? So either with a massive victory, which is not going to happen, or crashing and burning, and that's where it seems like she's going to go.
I
So
mean, I can't imagine spending more time fighting that same fight. It's almost like she's a galloper herself. You would think. What is happening here?
definitely galloper tendencies for sure.
For sure. I also saw in the chat, and I can't remember, it was much earlier that Phil did another interview. I don't know if you guys saw that. I didn't see it. I didn't know he did another interview.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah, I got it. We got
okay,
it.
good,
We got
good.
it.
I
We're gonna
can't wait to
talk
get
about it.
into it.
Yeah, 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 we got it. Listen, these type of shows where we have like this massive thing. It's like there's a lot to talk about that's not necessarily directly relating to the literal physical. This was the interview. Let's talk about it type of scenario. So
Okay, let's go. I'm
that's why we
excited.
wanted to rock it. But we're going to do it. Max 380. What's up, man? Thanks for being here, bro.
Max, what's good?
What's going on, guys? All right, let me just make sure I'm all caught up here. Oh, nope. The homie, Hectic World. Thank you for being
Hectic
here, man.
World.
Appreciate you,
Oh, I love
fam.
the name.
Thank you for that $5 super chat. Oh,
Let's
Xbox did
go.
it again. Don't forget, today is season 1 of Black Ops
Yes.
6, so no one cares about Lego Horizon.
And another one.
It's
Let's
true. We said
go.
it, bro. They were going to smother them, and that's what they're doing, bro. You can say what you want. You can say what you want about Xbox and what they do in this. They think they're kumbaya. They're not, dude. They're not kumbaya. I said it. I said it earlier, but this is just the reality of what it is. All right. There is nothing more gangster than having your competitor fund your first party and your Game Pass. I'm sorry, there's just not. That is the most gangster thing that Xbox can do. And they are taking their money and investing it in their first party and in their Game Pass. And then they're not letting up. They're not good enough just taking their money. They're trying to take their money in a different way too, right? Because they're smothering the games, they're smothering the things that they're releasing with bigger, more exciting projects coming from the Xbox house.
They want them to depend on them. You understand?
Damn,
That's what they're doing. They're
that's crazy.
they're just chopping them up.
What if like they start putting things over there on a more normal basis, right? And then like the ponies are used to it, and then just all of a sudden Xbox is like, you know what?
Pull the plug.
Done. We're not releasing anything else over there.
Oh my
You'll see
god.
them in the corner like, no, come on, man. We just need one more, dog. Just give me one more. Just one. Oh my god. That's wild. That's wild. All right, all right, all right. Let's get to the let's get to the actual chapter here. Um, all right. Where am I? All right. So what time? Wait, first let me just grab it. Boom, here. Hello.
Jonas and Dad, I just read your comment.
What does it say? It.
He's he said, they don't show it, but Black Ops the Black Ops 6 cover guy is teabagging Lego Horizon.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Let's go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hold on. I'm gonna get
HNS 1998. What's up? Thank you for being here. Says, hit the like button, people. Yes, share the link if you can. That will be fantastic. And thank you for being here, you guys. As CMoney gets it all together.
I have so many people have
Oh, we're
put some
going in
stuff.
today. We're going in.
Where's the freaking squirrel dude? Um, here you go. Right? Uh,
Be
it's just like
nice.
where do we
That's
start?
exactly it. Working undercover for the gallopers. That's what it feels like. It's just nonstop. It's like at some point you have to take the L. It's just the tendencies are all there. The signs are all there. Um, so I mean, if it gallops like like a pony,
If it gallops like a galloper,
see, it is what it is.
it's really not. It's really not. Not is what it is.
Oh my gosh,
All right.
yes. Trey Bone reminds everyone, well, Stalker 2 is about to come out, guys, next week in Flight Simulator as well. Back to back, baby. This is crazy. So the doom and gloom is right on time. Yeah. It's like, is that is that time of year?
Absolutely.
Here they come with their games. So here we go.
All right. So I do have it here.
Oh, I
We're
like
gonna get
this, by the way.
started.
Trey Bone says the P herd.
The
I like
P
that
herd.
too. I like that.
The P herd. I don't know if the what happened. Get it out. I got this. I got the topic ready to go.
Awesome
Get it out.
comments says, has anyone done a wellness check on the PlayStation Pro?
Asking for
Asking
Team
for
Green.
Team Green.
That's hilarious. All right. All right. All right. So I got my chapter here. We're ready to get started. So what I did, a lot of people obviously the report was done by Bloomberg. That was the first kind of like the first interview that got this out there. And so but they're behind a paywall and none of us want to go ahead and spend the money on that crap. But there's plenty of people who did go in there and kind of see the actual interview and read it. So Clobro actually does a pretty good job of giving us a kind of bullet point of everything we can kind of every part of what came from that meeting and why it's important. So we'll just kind of go through it as he goes through it, and we'll just hit those topics as he has them here, so that we can, kind of discuss them. Um, but before we do that, we do have our boy Fark you in the building. Oh my god,
Oh my gosh. The full picture. It's just it's so cute.
I'm starting to think you
Chat,
have a
you want to
thing
see the
about
full
me as a
pic?
baby.
What happened?
I said I started thinking of a thing with me being a baby. I don't know what it is. Are you trying to call me one? You say, "Oh, it reminds me of you." See, money. That's not nice.
Right,
He
yours
says,
says baby Indy. It's baby Indy.
"Baby Indy,
There we
nice,
go.
nice." All right. So he, first of all, thank you for being a member for 8 months, brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Says the doom and gloom is so annoying with these pony bots. Leave already, POSs. Agreed, man. Agreed. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All for stuff that we already knew is fake outrage,
It
right?
is.
Somebody said it before. It's fake outrage, acting like there's some new stuff that was discovered here. We do have new stuff discovered, but it wasn't that, right? This interview gave us some new stuff. Um, but let's go ahead and hop right into
Let's
it.
go. I'm
Um,
excited.
so I'm actually just gonna update the stamp. So we got the actual time. All right. So Colbrill went ahead and gave us a nice little bullet point breakdown of the interview and all the major points of it. So Phil Spencer, one of the things he said is that Xbox is still looking at acquisitions that add geographic diversity, including in Asia. And they're looking for opportunities to partner with creative teams in China, right? So let's take that little part right there. You know, we've been talking about it because Satya had come out, right? Satya came out and said, "Hey, we're doubling down, right? We're doubling down and we're going to go ahead and, keep investing." Right? So we've been kind of wondering like where is that going to take us? What is that?
Yep.
What is that going to mean? What is that going to equal? But here he is bringing it up, and he's looking for stuff in Asia, right? So there's always been that conversation of, what would they actually want to get, and it looks like he's targeting the Asian market.
Which
Um,
we talked for a while about it. It's just that when you say doubling down and you think that, you think about ABK, you can't help but to think big. But before then, the conversation was about tapping into that market and kind of just expanding there, and that would be tremendously beneficial for Xbox. We do see the relationships that they're building, and they are going ahead and putting more of these type of games on their platform. And we do know that they like having a nice and diverse library, so it all follows suit with who they are, right? And what they're planning to do with Game Pass and the platform.
Agreed. Now we talked about that. Now, what is the big one that I know we've talked about many times when it
Yes.
comes to Asia is the good old team over at Sega.
Yep. We used to
Now,
throw their name around constantly because, the relationship that they've built is like just put a ring on it. And look at them now going ahead and having the marketing rights to Metaphor, and it's doing well. So, I mean, you don't have to look too far.
agree, and they're not a big it's not a big ask, right? They're not a, crazy like $30 billion purchase. Is actually pretty cheap
Yes.
um overall. I see Primo Drake saying it would be great with Sega or Square Enix.
Yes.
I mean, realistically speaking, um, they can do both if they really wanted to. You know what I'm saying? As much as, there's a part that he left out from here because I do remember it saying that there was like big ones were out of like most likely not happening. You know what I'm saying? Like
They're
not
making
not
smaller
right now.
purchases. Yeah.
Exactly. So, like, not right now, but, maybe in the future for sure. I think that's just it's inevitable. I think at some point they're going to be looking at a Take-Two or, any of these big, high priority games, right? I think that's what they're looking for. I think it's more like what are the biggest games? We wanna own that, right? So, somebody like Sega, definitely gives them some mobile, gives them some PC, right? And then obviously just gives them an in on on um on Japan and Asia. And if they go ahead and they get them, we all have this kind of weird dream of like maybe they'll do like a special Dreamcast version of the system, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
a Dreamcast 2, which might be dope. So I don't know. I think that's a big possibility. But fact of the matter is, he brought it up here again. Acquisitions are happening. They're on the table. Obviously, he's not going to say we already have one locked in or we have it. Like he's just
Of
bringing it
course
up.
not. Of course not. And I mean, with Sega, you also get Sonic, right? He went head to head with Mario. So it's I mean, I feel like that one would be priority.
I feel like it would make sense. Like, I feel like you can't like I feel like the scale dollar wise won't be the same, but I think the cultural impact
Absolutely.
of Xbox seeing like, hey, we own Sega now is huge, right? Like, I think that's a like as far as the impact is concerned, I think that's a huge W. And I do see Primo even talking about the fact that they have a massive library of IP going back, 35 years or so, right?
Yes.
So, it's hard to remember, but Sega is OG, right? It used to compete with Nintendo before the PlayStations of the world, right? So, yeah, I think that that would be a huge win. That would be a huge win if they did that. I know some people don't really care for Square Enix, which is fine, but me personally, I feel like that would be such a slap to, the Gallopers face who all love Final Fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't buy it, but they, as
They
a
cap for it,
they do cap
you
for it,
know,
right?
but, Square let's see, oh, man. Square's been on a decline. Um, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what they wanna do and how hard they wanna go with it, right? Like, how much of a wave they wanna create. Um,
Agreed.
Rainbow does also reminded me, that's right, that Sega
Rainbow.
owns Rovio. So Rainbow says they own Rovio, which is that they make Angry Birds, right? They're that huge mobile studio. So it's actually smart. It's actually smart. Um, so
And I
yeah,
mean, mobile's why they bought ABK, right? So
facts, King. Absolutely. So yeah, so acquisitions being on the table, huge news, right? Something that most people don't even talk about out of this because of the one line that
I
he said
mean,
it here.
yeah, you
But
would think that it was a one-liner interview. Like, that's all he
yeah,
said
yeah,
and
facts,
left.
facts. It's also good to hear that they're looking to partner with teams in China because they are, it's funny. It seems like these Asian studios, like these Korean studios, especially, and even the Chinese studios, I can see from some of the games I've seen, um, they really have a way of focusing on creating like dope ass looking action
Yes.
while also having, like, amazingly stunning graphics. You know what I'm saying? Like, they tend to
Yeah,
push really
they
hard.
are extremely creative. Um, so yeah, it's definitely a good path to take.
It is, and you know that PlayStation has, like, that that China Joy or something, like, they have, like, this project, where they're trying to get things, from China, to be on the platform. So, it's great to see that Xbox is also kinda not just saying, "Oh, yeah, you guys can have
Listen,
whatever's out
to
there."
the neck, right? So this makes even more sense now, right? For them to go ahead and kind of they're not playing PlayStation's game, but they're also not allowing PlayStation to play their own game, if that makes sense. They're doing their thing while always creating a barrier and being right there every time that PlayStation makes a move that they're either comfortable with or a move that it's new to them. So it's like kind of like PlayStation thinks they're gonna go ahead and score and they just slam it. And then they go ahead and keep doing their own thing. It's beautiful.
It is, and that's a great relationship that I feel like Microsoft is having with Sony, where it's like, "Hey, look, we're friends. We'll bring
We'll
these
bring the
games over
games.
here.
We're
The
friendly
games here,
here.
no problem.
Lure
Um,
your
yeah,
your gallopers in.
yeah. Here's the
Feed them a
games.
little
Here's the
bit.
games. Oh, you're coming out with a new game. Oh, interesting.
We're
What day is
friends,
that coming
but
out on? Wow. Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. Scheduled next game. Like, it's just like they're ready to just attack,
Listen,
dude.
I
It's
mean, it's competition, right? This is how you compete. There's no
absolutely
kumbaya nonsense around this. It's all business.
agreed. Agreed. And again, this entire acquisition talk and teaming up with teams in China doesn't take away the idea of them doing bigger things, right? Like doing a Take Two or Epic down the line, right? Seems like they're just trying to catch up with
Yes.
Activision and Blizzard right now, right?
Well, I mean, you gotta this is again, it may seem like forever, but this deal just sealed, right?
They
And
did.
they just like the first game, the first Call of Duty, new Call of Duty just came into Game Pass, right? So the dust hasn't really settled yet. Even though it seems as if and everyone was out there, and this is why because they want to keep at Xbox no matter what. It's like, what have you done for me lately? And it's like, well, where are those ABK games? Where what are you doing? What do you buy them for if you're not gonna have their games on game? Like it's you always hear the nagging, but when you see what they're doing and like the gaps of time in between, like this just happened, you guys. So I that money went out. It needs to come in. It needs to kind of sit for a moment before they need to catch their breath before they go out there and chew and bite more than they can chew, right? Because this is how you end up in a funny situation.
Yeah, you end up in a problem where you can't handle it all, right? And then we know that they're able to handle a lot. It's just it makes sense to do it
And
in a way that makes
it's
more
crazy
sense.
how these galloping bots love to say that, Xbox is not doing enough. Your games are not cutting it. You're not releasing enough games. And at the same time, also saying, how dare you put our precious games on another platform? Like those things don't go together. So you're either protective of the games and the brand and what they are supplying you with, or you knock it and don't care. And it should be all the same, right? If they put them here or there, because you say it yourself that these games are not cutting it.
Agreed. Agreed 100%. And you would think that they would like there's no winning with them, right? I mean, that's just really what it is, right?
Yeah,
Unless
it's
you're
like
doing
someone
exactly
treating their
what they want.
partner like crap, and then when they leave, they're crying desperately about it. It's like, come on, get it together. You care or you don't.
Absolutely. That's
Can't
absolutely
have
it.
it both ways. So
All right.
this is
So
a one heck of a relationship we're watching play out
all right, yeah, agreed. So
on Twitter.
on Twitter. So look, at the end of the day, uh this doom and gloom that came from this interview completely takes away the idea that Xbox is still looking to heavily invest. How is Xbox dying if they're looking to invest? What how does the $3 trillion company who can look out 10 years and predict what's going to happen so they make all their moves based off of that? And who did that? We saw did that successfully when they announced the Xbox One.
Mhm.
They just folded because of the pressure. The social pressure made them change everything they were doing. But now hindsight 2020, we see everything that they were planning to do play out today.
And that social pressure is what they think they're going to put forward and have them shy out from being who they are and leading as they essentially have kind of tried to do all along, right? Every time they try to do something different that ends up being the way, right? They've always been first. They always get beef about it, right? It's just they're not playing the games with the media. They're also not playing the games with PlayStation. They're doing their own thing. And finally, because I needed that backbone there, I am very proud of what they're doing right now and how they're approaching their business.
Agreed. So I mean, so this is the this here, this first bullet point here takes away the reality of this doom and gloom nonsense, right? They're investing more to give us more, right? Let's remember and let's make it clear this is not PlayStation. If PlayStation announces they buying someone tomorrow, It means nothing to a PlayStation player. They're getting the same game they would have gotten if it wasn't purchased, and they still got to pay a hot $70 for it. Whereas now with Xbox, keeping up this conversation, they're not saying we're done. We're all right, we're good enough. Let's just go into this auto mode and we're just going to put our games everywhere. No, no. They're still moving forward, right? They're still moving forward. They're still looking to acquire. They're still looking to build out into these other areas, right? And understand it's including in Asia, not only in Asia.
Yep.
Right. So this tour of acquisitions doesn't have to begin and stop with a Sega or a Square. You know what I'm saying? You can get a Sega, Square, or go to, another area. You can pick up it's out there, but a CD Project Red, they fixed up their stuff. Maybe they have a lot cooking. There's huge IP over there. Maybe you never know, right? I'm not suggesting that they are. I'm just saying they can go to these other places and do this, right? Like they're literally just sponsoring a Xbox camp in Ukraine, right? Um, so like you can go and it's a camp to go learn how to make games or whatever,
That's
and it's for a
amazing.
day, right? But it's like they're looking everywhere, and the fact that we have reports that they've been in these places, looking at things, talking to teams, you don't know who they're looking to scoop up, man. I mean, we have Stalker 2 coming out, next week. Who knows what happens there, right? Do they scoop up that team? Do they scoop up other teams? They're working with People Can Fly. They're working with some of these, you know what I'm saying? Like there's so much that they can pull from if they wanted to. And again, the fact that they're talking about this essentially erases this doom and gloom situation. They're not going anywhere. They're expanding more. They're spending more. They're investing more. That's more games for us in Game Pass. When they buy, we win. They
When they
spend
buy,
money.
we get.
Exactly. They buy it, we get it in Game Pass. Not they buy, then we buy.
Mhm.
They buy, we get. They're buying for us. It's like they're walking around with pocketbooks for all of us. You know what I'm saying? Like they have their checks written out and they're just like, "Yep, buy this. Every game for the rest of this existence will go into Game Pass." There you go, guys. Right? That's a gift, right? That's the gift that keeps on giving, right? So that first bullet point completely throws away this doom and gloom nonsense, but let's continue, right?
Let's go.
Next up, Xbox handheld. The expectation is that we would do something, that the device is still a few years out and says, I love us building devices. So, baby, let me know. I just need to understand. Okay. So I'm not confused.
Yes.
If this signals Xbox's exit from the hardware and they're just going to be this third party publisher, why is Phil talking about an Xbox handheld and saying that it's coming in a few years and also saying that he loves the idea and the fact that they're building devices? Why would he say that if they're not going to be in hardware anymore?
There's nothing like loving something and then walking away from it. I mean, that just makes all the sense in the world. I love something, I have access to it, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. That's not how regular people do things, right? So if they love building devices, right? Which I can only assume right now is the most exciting time for them to be doing these things, considering the fact that, again, they bought so many studios and they're popping out games left and right. What could be more exciting than this whole situation kind of gelling together and going hand in hand? When we originally started talking about a handheld, we were thinking a few years out. A few years can be 2026, maybe 2027. Maybe the box is going to come out in 2026 and then the handheld in 2027. I don't know. But what I did get here was a confirmation that they are working on a handheld. And as someone who's been looking forward to a handheld from Xbox, I can't help but to be excited rather than disappointed, right? If I'm genuinely waiting for a handheld, to hear that they are working on one, it's amazing.
Yeah, that gets us excited, not deflated, right?
Yeah,
Which again, I don't understand the mindset of some of these people, right?
I don't
Um,
get it either. So
oh,
again,
that
we
this
got
too.
a
Wait, before you,
confirmation. Go ahead.
for sure, but before I wanted to bring this up, and I'm glad Relsky just said it because it reminded me. Um, so Relsky says that they are listening. That's what I got from this.
Yes,
Yes, Xbox always does this
absolutely.
because they're always listening.
Thank you
They
for saying
always
that.
address the
Yes.
shit indirectly, right? So they don't come out and say, "Hey, listen." I mean, sometimes they do, but they don't necessarily come out and say, "Hey, I hear you talking about handhelds, and Jez, I hear that you said maybe next year. So
Let's
I'm
calm
gonna
down.
please
Let's
let's
tone
calm
that
it down."
down.
And let's go ahead
Yeah.
and bring this out here and kind of squash that expectation, but
Yes.
confirm that it's happening. So it's like, yeah, Jez is not lying about it happening, but his timing is
I
not
think
right.
we've all been running with the idea of the handheld. So I'm just pumped that it's a real thing, right? That it is happening. So do they need a little more time? Apparently. Get it done and get it done right.
Absolutely. Now I'm gonna skip the next one because that's the quote of the show. Um, but they do continue with this again. Clearly, these are clearly words of a company that is in danger.
Let's remind everyone that
This
that's
is
the word out in the
understand,
street. Not from them, but that's what's
according
put out
to
there.
the gallopers and the galloping bots, the Xbox business is in danger. So
Ooh, in
let's read
flames.
the quote from the person who would know. He says, "The Xbox business has never been more healthy, which means a more healthy future for hardware and the games we build."
I mean, anyone could see this from a mile away. The fact that they want to put out there that Xbox is dying. I mean, how long have we been hearing the same tune for? It's like they they're sick kicks. They get their I don't know what kind of fix they get from it, and I don't know if it just makes them feel good to put this out there, or the attention that they think they're gonna get from it from the gallopers and creating fear in the Xbox community. If I mean, I don't know if that's productive for them, and apparently it is because they can't quit the narrative. So I'm really happy that he put this out there. I can tell. I can tell. You know why? Because they went ahead, they bought ABK, and they still dropped Call of Duty into Game Pass. I can tell because over at PlayStation, these gallopers showed up for it, even though they said they weren't going to support it. Come on, man. Come on. They haven't missed. They haven't missed for quite a bit, no matter what type of narrative the media wants to put out there.
Agreed.
So,
You
what do you think, see?
um so hold on. I'm sorry. I just realized that when I first got this interview
Yes.
and I got the link to it, I opened it up on my phone and it gave me access to the whole article.
Oh, okay.
And I forgot that this happened and I took screenshots of everything, but I also just took all the words and tweeted it to myself in a message. So I have the entire thing here, which is
Very nice to have.
nice to have, but it's just funny because I've been using his thing and we literally could have just looked through it. So even just the point that we were just talking about with Clobro saying that the Xbox never been more healthy, which means a more healthy future for hardware and the games we build. Um, he actually cites directly growth in cloud and PC gaming as well as in console usage. So, yeah, that's so it's not just the console. He's again, this is a platform, right? This is what
Yes.
the whole idea is. Xbox is a platform. It is here not just for the console itself, but every aspect, the console, cloud, PC gaming, the actual business as a whole is growing, right?
It
And
all
if
moves together, baby. It's just they work on everything. It's grow man, it grows together.
agreed, agreed. Um, all right. So I have this is good that I found this because um I do have another thing here that he did not put in there,
Oh,
which is
let's go.
just the idea of the store. Remember they were supposed to do the mobile store?
Yes.
Okay, so um that basically got pushed back because of all the kind of regulations happening still with Apple and Google. So like he says, I think the ball is moving in the right direction. I think the idea of open platforms where users have more choice, creators have more choice, you see the momentum, right? So um they really want to do it. They still clearly have all the plans in place to do it. They're just getting ready for where it to happen. I do like the fact that he said so like the idea is if you can get an actual app in there, that's where it works,
Mhm.
right? If you have an app, people know that they can go to their app store, find the app, and it's done. So he says the alternative is that you could do like a web store, right? Create
Okay.
your own store that people have to go onto, a browser, type in your stuff, and then get in there. Like the cloud on the iPhone is xbox.com/play, right?
Yeah.
So he says, so a web store would mean somebody doesn't have to go into the app store to try to install something, but you still have to find a way to find the store. So Phil Spencer says, if we're just hoping, like, if we build it, they will come,
Yeah.
I'm going to bet that that doesn't work, right? So
No. Okay, so they're looking for a way to go ahead and kind of have it something that it's kind of like when you're somewhere and you have to press a link that takes you out of where you are, and that's how you buy something. I don't necessarily like when that happens, right? Um so I mean, they're building something.
facts, facts. Agreed, agreed.
I love that mentality.
Right?
Yeah,
Like, they're
if
not blind
if
to it, they
exa
understand,
that's the
right?
thing about them. They understand it all. They know exactly why they're making the moves that they're making. Um, so that's why I feel so comfortable and confident every time, they do something. It all makes sense though as well, um, to the rational and logical thinker.
Of course, the problem is
Mhm.
there's not many of them, right?
No.
So now, actually, I want to go back because now that I have the article, all of a sudden there's a lot of missing. Those were little tidbits, but we got the real Phil here, the real Phil here now. So we might as well use some of his stuff. So when it comes to the acquisitions, let's just go a little bit deeper because he did uh, go deeper into it. So says after a tough year, Microsoft, of course, video gaming chief is still looking at acquisitions and charting how to compete. How to compete. I just wanted to you think I want to emphasize that for a second. How to compete. Why would a dead company compete? Why would somebody who's just putting their stuff everywhere, what do you need to compete for?
Mhm.
Wouldn't that be enough to
It
just put your
seems
stuff
like
everywhere?
I mean, it seems like it's still something that they're thinking about, right? If you were just closing shop and putting your things everywhere because it just didn't matter, I think he was this is all the way that they take everything out of context is ridiculous. But yeah, competing, It's a part of man, I it just it's crazy that you have to kind of spell it out in this way because of what they create out there and the nonsense that is put out there. Um, man, yes, competing. That Satya said it. Now Phil is out here saying it. They're not the idea that they spend all this money and they're doing what they're doing to grow in the way that they've been so fast, by the way. I mean, you don't they act as if they're just bending over because they're putting some games on another platform that has a lot of gamers there that are just waiting for something to capture their attention.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so he continues to compete and partner in the markets for handheld game devices and mobile stores. Deals that add geographic diversity, including in Asia, might be worthwhile. Phil Spencer said in an interview, buying another mobile company would add to titles Microsoft picked up in the Activision in its 69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard last year. He said so. They might even be looking for another mobile company, or like we just said. So there's two, right? You have obviously Sega gets you Rovio, right?
Yes.
But Take Two also bought a mobile company. I forget, was it Zynga? They bought Zynga. I'm not sure. I'm
That
pretty
name.
sure.
That
Yeah, it's a wild
name.
name. But they
Yes.
bought them, right? So, I mean, this could be the same talk of like, yeah, we're buying Activision Blizzard, but we really want King. That's who we're trying to buy, right? So Take Two might just be like, yeah, yeah, Take Two is cool, but we
Sure,
really
sure,
want Zynga.
sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He says we definitely want to be in the market, and when we can find teams and technology and capability that add to what we're trying to do in gaming at Microsoft, absolutely we will keep our heads up. He says still there's nothing imminent, and very large deals are probably off the table at present, as the company is spending a lot of time absorbing Activision Blizzard employees. Right. So he says Microsoft wants to diversify the teams working on the games by looking more to China. The company developed a new mobile Age of Empires. That's right. They partnered with Tencent
Mhm.
to make that happen. He says it's been a good area for us to learn from creative teams that have real unique capability. The real opportunity is to partner with creative teams in China for global. Again, global. Their aspirations are huge, man. Their aspirations are huge. It's crazy. It's crazy how far they want to go and how we still have people here who are looking to hold them back,
Mhm.
right? You know what I'm saying? That's like it's like a small town kid who can sing really well or do something like that. And he's like, I want to go be really famous and go out into the world. They're like, no, no, no.
This is
Then
good
who else is
enough.
gonna sing at our Sunday night bumpkin dance? You know what I'm saying? We need you here.
Pumpkin.
You can't go on and be bigger, boy. You need to you need to stay here and dance for us. You know what I'm saying? You need to dance.
You need
That's
to
what this is,
entertain
bro.
us. We
Like
need
they're
to be
trying
able
to
to
fuck,
use you.
bro. They're trying to hold them back.
Yep.
It's like, dude, this is not like this is like that, but in the sense like if they go get bigger, we still win. Like they're still sending money back home. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Like
Yes.
they're still supporting the family, right?
They're always sending money back home, and that's the thing, right? I think and that's why it's questionable when these things are put out there because if they were neglecting, right, their players in one way or another, but they're not. They're still supplying games, and every time they go ahead and have a victory out there, it reflects. So it's the same way that they want to with the Xbox is dying, Game Pass doesn't, work. It doesn't look at this, look what you've done. Fill more pockets,
Pumpkin
what's up,
dance.
love? But It's always the same
That's funny.
thing, right? It's almost like that's their lifeline to continue to say how Xbox is not going to work out, how Game Pass is not going to work out, creating this fear to whoever's paying for Game Pass that Call of Duty won't really be going in there because it doesn't make any sense. And then once Call of Duty is put in there, because they put Call of Duty in Game Pass, it's not going to be enough. They're not going to make enough money to go ahead and continue to move forward. It's all a load of nonsense. It just is. Sorry to say it. Sorry to crap on your parade.
I mean, it's the truth though, babe. Like this is 100% what's happening, and you nailed it. And this is what they don't want to accept, right? But look, no matter what, we're gonna keep rocking the way we rock, right? Let these clowns cry, but we're gonna make fun of them. This is what we gotta do. This is the truth. He does continue on, right? So we left off with that with the partnering with teams in China for global, going
Yes.
ahead and doing the acquisitions, right? We know all that stuff is coming. When it comes to the handheld, all right. Uh, so the executive who has repeatedly professed his admiration for handheld gaming devices said the expectation is that we would do something in that category. Although the company is working on prototypes and considering what it might do, Spencer also asked his group to look at the market and develop its vision based on what it learns. Such a device is a few years out, though, he says. What they are going to focus on, though, are existing portable devices. So, in the coming months, designers and engineers will focus on making the Xbox app work better on existing portable devices and partnering with hardware makers to make sure their products sync with Xbox games and experiences, he said. The Xbox app right now is good rather than great on some of these gadgets, he said. See, I love that he's taking that kind of real look at it. He continues saying, longer term, I love us building devices. And I think our team could do some real innovative work, but we want to be informed by learning and what's happening now. So it's not just they don't want to just do it. It's necessarily like a copycat console, right? Like I don't think they want to just make another ROG Ally, but instead of it saying ROG Ally, it just says
Yeah,
Xbox on
because
it.
it's the same thing, right? They also can't come out here with a Switch. Or a Steam Deck. They have to go ahead and make their own thing. We know very well that Phil has he said it, he sees all of these handhelds, he loves them, but he can also see what's missing from each one of them, right? And we heard from Sarah's Phil will come in and be like, you know what? I want this. Figure it out, right? That's just so he has the team, he has the people working on, the vision they may have. And let's not forget that as we move forward, technology changes so rapidly. And every time, that we have 6 months go by, there's something new out there that they can work with and kind of reconfigure things. So I'm actually excited about the fact that it's a few years out. The Switch is coming out, the Switch 2 this upcoming year in 2025, and I think it's a nice way to also space that out, but to also like he's looking to come out with something that is innovative, that's unique, that's their own. You want to give it enough space and enough time to go ahead and create that and to not have it fall into the pit of the ones that are already out. So I do think
Agreed.
that you need to allow technology to develop a little bit more, and see what you can go ahead and put into your handheld that's going to make it different from the others. So I appreciate that they're not saying, you know what, which again is the PlayStation way. This is making money here, so go ahead and throw something together, and it doesn't matter what's lacking or if it's a copycat. Let's just stamp our brand on it and throw it out there and hope that it brings back money. You have to take pride on what you provide to your consumers so that they can continue to be there, right? Because if not, they won't come back.
Agreed.
You're not creating a fan base. You're getting a one and done situation.
100%. 100%. I think when I hear this, I also feel like this makes it more likely that whatever they're doing with the handheld is linked to the new console.
Yes,
I think
for
so I
sure.
I think the idea of it coming before the new console is not gonna happen. I think that in order for them to be, innovating, they need a new base to innovate from, right? They
Exactly.
can't A handheld can't innovate on its own, right? Like, they can't do something that the Series X and the Series S can't do right now because it's a handheld, right? It's not part
The
of.
Series S already exists, right? And they even go ahead and obviously it's not a handheld, but they have ways of making it nice and portable for you if you go ahead and buy the right equipment for it. So it's just easy access when you're going freaking on a trip or something like that to just bring your box with you. So, in order to, like you said, move forward, instead of just packing a Series S into a handheld somehow, you need to give it time. Because if not, we're talking about this generation, not the upcoming one. Again,
Agreed.
realistically, the hesitation is there when you're thinking of it coming out in 2025 and then potentially having a 2026 dock to go ahead and dock your handheld to go ahead and have it and be able to play it on your TV. When you think about that, with the console coming out in 2026, you're you're docking old technology. By
Yep.
then, we would be needing a new handheld. And for them to not say, "Let's cheat them out of their money like this," and kind of take pride on what they're making, thank you. Thank you, because I want something good. I'm willing to pay the money. I'm sure a lot of us are to go ahead and get that handheld. But to come
Agreed.
out and flip it and potentially a year from then have to release a new one, or a year and a half or 2 years because the tech is it was already old to begin with, that's not fair.
Yeah, I don't think it's smart
Mhm.
either.
It's not.
So
It's
so
not.
I
You're not gonna make a impactful stamp with your handheld if this is how you're coming in.
Yeah, I think the new hardware is gonna have to have all the machine learning, everything that they're planning. Obviously, we know it's already in this one, but I think we know that at this point, the machine learning on the Xbox Series X and S, developers have not been using, right? So if you just create a handheld that has the same capability, they're also not going to use it. So it's not gonna be a big use case, right? But I think obviously going into the next one, right? Going into the next console is going to be at the forefront. There's not going to be any wiggle room. There's not going to be a way to be like, oh, I'm not going to use this machine learning. It's going to be like, no, this is part of what the system is. And I think you're going to take from the big console and bring that into that handheld, right?
Yeah.
In a new and exciting way, and maybe in a slimmer profile, something that's, you know, uh, it's more sleek, bigger screen but smaller body, right? Like there's a lot of different things that they can kind of do. Plus, just whatever tech it is. I mean,
There's enough.
obviously,
Go ahead.
it also might be beneficial for them to see what the Switch 2 is, right? So instead of releasing because no matter how you cut it, right, there's going to be people, if they release a handheld or if the handheld is part of their main console, you're now directly competing with Nintendo
Yes, absolutely.
in their space, right? So you kind of want to see what Nintendo has cooking. You kind of want to see how that looks, how that works. You want to release games on their platform to see, what it
How
takes
they
for these
look.
games to
Yes.
actually run. What are the
Yes.
downfalls of the Switch 2 that they can capitalize on and say, "Hey, developers, check this out."
And then you need enough time to go ahead and produce that.
Exactly.
Let's not again, they're opening the gates. Nintendo, they're gonna go ahead and have those third-party games that are going to run on the Switch. And again, like you said, it's beneficial to see how the competitors sit with what they're putting out, and what's lacking. It's right around the corner. It makes no sense to not go ahead and see what their technology can do.
Agreed. Now, also, I see Rainbow. He says the docking for handheld is thankfully much easier now thanks to USB-C. Yes, but I could tell you right now, Xbox, they need to copy Nintendo.
Mm.
The Steam Deck, that little thing that official thing that comes with, and you dock it, and then you have that little stupid wire that you have to go plug in after. Whack.
No,
I don't
it's
like it.
just a nice simple tukup, done.
Yup, you just drop
Yep.
it, it connects, boom, we're good to go. That's the way this needs to be. I don't want any complicated nonsense. I want a dock that I can have anywhere and just put it in, and I got my Xbox running on my screen. It has to be simple, just like that.
Switch switch my input for me right away. As soon as you sense that, take me right to it.
Yeah, I know, I see Primo Jake says the rumor is that there will be no dock. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that they will go ahead and not have a dock. It'll be dumb. You need something that's gonna sit there that people who are used to having a switch are gonna be like, okay, this is easy. This is the same thing. This look, I could do this, boom, good to go. Right? You can't go make it. I'm telling you, we have Steam Decks here, we have the ROG Ally, we have all this stuff. Doing this the non-docking, just connecting, you have to like lay it or
Yeah,
on
that
the
would be
Steam
very
is
off-putting. As
whack.
simple as
It's
it
whack.
sounds, it's also
It's
annoying when
cumbersome.
you
It's
when
cumbersome.
exactly when you have other ways, when you've experienced, and that's what I'm taking this from. If I'm hearing Phil say, I can see the benefits of each one and what they all could be lacking, right? I see that as seeing the fact that you could just pop in your Switch and it just slides right in. There's no, "Let me find the freaking plug, let me figure this." No. All that nonsense is very tedious once you've figured out that there's a better way. Um, so I agree with you.
Agreed. 100%. All right. So now this is the this is the big one, right? So this is the quote that got everybody in a tizzy and decided that doom and gloom was back on the table, right? So let's jump into it, but we're gonna read the whole thing,
Yes.
okay? Because this leads right into the ending of it, and then we'll go back and discuss. So he says, after releasing the first well, he didn't say this. This is the place. After releasing the first batch of Xbox games for Sony Group Corp's PlayStation and Nintendo Co.'s Switch, Spencer is pleased with the results. Microsoft will do more of that, he said, and won't rule out any game in Microsoft's stable. I do not see sort of red lines in our portfolio that say thou must not, he said. It's too early to make any sort of decision on the next version of Halo, he said. Following the Activision acquisition, Xbox cut more than 2,500 jobs and closed 3 game design studios, with the company exiting what management calls a difficult year amid a challenging mobile game market. Spencer feels good about 2025. The Xbox business has never been more healthy, citing growth in cloud and PC gaming as well as console usage. The business is performing right now, and I think that means a more healthy future for hardware and the games we build. He says he's also optimistic about the growth of mobile games. I feel pretty good about where the industry is going. To reach new players, we need to be creative and adaptive of new business models, new devices, new ways of access. And this is where he did the TKO on the PlayStation 5 Pro. We're not going to grow the market with $1,000 consoles.
Exactly. They've been
So
aware of that for quite a while.
he took this interview and ended it with a slap. I wouldn't even say a slap. It was a TKO,
Oh, yeah.
technical
Yeah.
knockout. Boom, rocked him. PlayStation Pro, slap him right in the face. Like, get out of here with your stuff. So that's that's the way that whole interview ended, right? That was it. Now, going back, okay, to the actual little piece there that they have a beef with. I do not see sort of red lines in our portfolio that say thou must not, he said. It's too early to make any sort of decision on the next version of Halo, he said. Okay, cool. Let me ask you a question. Why is there a need for a decision?
Because,
If every game's going, what is there to decide?
I think, people have this desire to hear him say those words, right? They need to either hear him say that it's just flat out going, or it's never going to happen no matter what. It doesn't matter if the world is ending, it's not going to happen. Um and that's just ridiculous when it comes to what they're doing here. You we don't even know where PlayStation is going to be in a year from now.
We
Again, we joke about the fact
It's
that
true.
they're a third party box, but essentially that's what they are. And
Literally.
these minuscule games that they continue to put out that continue to sell less and less and less, it's going to have a result. This is going to be, thank you for doing that. This is going to have consequences. And we're going to see those play out at some point or another, just like losing 400 million from Concord. We're going to see the consequences from that very soon. Part of it was Firewalk being let go into the world, right? And again, there are going to be consequences to the fact that these smaller games, which is their new take in the gaming industry, to have smaller games, smaller budgets. This is also going to be affected by the fact that they're not selling these games and that people are not showing up in the way that they hoped. Putting their games on other platforms, we'll see how that goes and how much money that brings in. But the money that they're getting from Xbox going ahead and putting their games on their platform, that's clean money. So to them, they are losing those screws more and more, and the portal is is widening, and you can see them playing peekaboo. Um,
Oh my gosh.
Listen, that's what's taking place here. They are going ahead, they're getting that money, and they're not only having the developers rely on those Xbox games, they're also making sure and they're getting PlayStation used to that money coming in from Call of Duty and Indiana Jones and Doom. And once you get a little taste of actual money, when everything you do and every step you take is another failure and another L,
And
you're going
another
to
one.
crave more and you're going to want more, because that is money that you didn't have that you now need. I think this, as much as the gallopers don't want to see it, the fact that Phil is out here saying these things is just hindering their brand that they seem to have such a love for. If your way of playing Xbox games is if to get fed bit by bit on the PlayStation box, then so be it. Go ahead and eat when you're fed. Eat when we're done with our feast. Why not?
Facts.
And pay up for it. Premium.
It's
um,
true.
and
It's true.
again, Phil is not saying that it is or is not. He's saying that, where was the line? I can't.
Well, he said, I do
The,
not see any sort of red lines in our
yep,
portfolio that say, thus thou must not. It's too early to make
exactly.
any sort of decision on the next version of Halo. Look, we can see right from there, right? The decision, again, like I said, why is there a need for a decision to be made if everything is going carte blanche? That's it. It's just happening, hashtag, everything's going, right?
You can't come
No.
out here and say this is never going to happen. You don't know the circumstances and you don't know
And
what's
we don't know where we're gonna be in that given time, right?
exactly.
You can't make these type of future uh comments that are decisive. Like you can't say, or definitive. You can't say this is never gonna happen, because everything changes, right? Everything
Absolutely. And you have
can
to
change.
adapt.
PlayStation said it would never put a game on PC, and then now all their games are going to PC.
January 31st,
They went ahead and skipped.
Spider-Man 2.
That's it. And they
And
went
they're
ahead and skipped over to Nintendo Switch. They said, screw it. Let's just go. Right. they put games on Xbox, right? They have their baseball game goes in Game Pass every year, and they charge their PlayStation players full price, right? So to be clear, anything can change, anything can happen, right? So again, if there was a decision needed to be excuse me, to be made, then that means it's not just everything's going, right? It's not full slate, right? I think that this means exactly what they've already told us. And I don't think this takes away from what he said. He said, as long as it doesn't hurt the brand, the games can be considered going over there. Right. And that's going to be part of the consideration. Right. That's going to be something that they're going to look at and they're going to say, okay, what does this mean? What does it make sense? How does it make sense? What's good? What's the upside? What's the potential downside? Right. These are all things that they're going to be thinking about constantly for everything, right? The shit, it doesn't stop, right? They keep going every day thinking about what their next moves are, right? So
And
you got
just
to
like
understand it's just what it
everyone,
is.
again, has their freedom to go ahead and make the decisions that they need to make on their platform that suits them best for their brand, I think they also have the right to do so. Um, and they can go ahead and decide they want answers for decisions and things that have maybe not even been discussed yet, right? So I think it's up to them how they want to move forward. I don't see him saying, we're going to go ahead and put Call of Duty on PlayStation, but not on Xbox, right? I mean, that is something to be up in arms about and have an issue about. Um, Again, I don't see anything wrong with what he's saying. I don't hear in any way him saying that Halo is going to PlayStation. I don't hear him saying that Gears or Forza are going to PlayStation. I think that this, as I expect them to do, to responsibly take care of the brand and Game Pass, this is a decision that if it has to be made at some point, then it has to be made.
Agreed. I mean, that's pretty cut and dry right there. Now, see, this is where, there's like the people in the middle who kind of get caught up in this stuff. Our dude, Grunge Head, what's
Crunch
up, man?
head.
Thank you for being here. Says, I'm just bummed. If they put all the games on PlayStation, exclusives make you feel good about your console. It's so simple. Good games sell consoles. That's why we're all here. So, Grunge Head, I number one, thank you for being here, brother.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you writing this message, right?
Yes.
So this is the thing, right? So there, like, I feel like you're like one of the people who are just kind of caught in the crossfire between the people who are not stressed about this at all, and
And the
then the
people having a
people who
meltdown.
are having a meltdown, right? And this is what I would say. First of all, we just talked about it right now. They never said they were putting all the games on PlayStation. Okay. This quote doesn't say that. There's
No.
no quote that any caliber can bring you that says, oh, looky here. They referenced everything going. No, that's never been said. It's always been everything is under consideration. Everything is, you know, up to be talked about and discussed. Sure, that's business. That we understand that, right? But never anyone on this side says everything is going. Unlike on PlayStation, right? Now, make this like put this through your guys' head. PlayStation CEO, Sony CEO have both said that all their games are going to be everywhere. They'll be ubiquitous. It's going to be wherever something a game can be computed on, they're going to
No
put
one
it
said
there.
anything about it.
And everybody ignored it. Nobody wanted to talk about it, right? And even now, nobody wants to bring it up. Nobody wants to point back at that and be like, but look at what they said. Because they live in a little bubble and they know how traumatic it will be for them if that were in fact going to be happening. Guess what? It already has. It already has. PC happening nonstop. Every game is being ported to PC. And once those games are ported to PC and the next ones are starting to come out, you will start to see that day and date will just happen. It's
Yep.
what's going to happen. And that's just it. They've had way more success with day and date with something like Helldivers 2 than with all these ports that they're doing. Um, Now, the next part is where you have to kind of where you kinda have to evolve, right? He says exclusives make you feel good about your console, right? So, I think, back in the day when, maybe most of us would only have 1 console, right? And you wanted to justify you choosing your console, right? Because, maybe kids at school or your friends have the other console and they're telling you that their console is better, right? This is all how this all started, right? This is how this became a thing. But yeah, you want to justify it, right? You want to justify your purchase. Well, I chose this box and this box has this games that you can't get. So ha ha ha, right? But again, gaming was so small back then in comparison to what it is now, right? Like we're talking a whole different league of dollars that are out here. And Microsoft and Xbox have spent more money than any of these companies have spent combined between, Nintendo and PlayStation. And as far as acquisitions are concerned, no one has spent that much money, right? Also, no one has the amount of uh of first party games that are being created at AAA levels, right? So the amount of AAA games that are being made under their first party umbrella is massive. It's the most that is out there. PlayStation ain't got it, Nintendo ain't got it. No one has as many games in development right now as Microsoft does. Excuse me. So as far as like exclusives make you feel good about your console, honestly, for me, that's gone. I don't really care in that way. What I care about is Game Pass. That's my new exclusive, right? If I got a game coming to Game Pass, so that means I have the game and you have to pay. I'm sorry, but that's a huge win for me. Like,
Absolutely.
that is something that I wish I had when I was a kid because I would mock them so hard. Like, "You really gotta pay for that? That's hilarious because I got it for free, fam." But that's okay. You know what I'm saying? That's cool, you know? E enjoy paying, right? Like, that's the difference, right? For me, that's what I feel. I just feel every time I see another game being announced for, um, for Game Pass day and date, it makes me feel good, man. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
And baby, I want you to kind of give your 2 cents on everything that he kind of talked about here from your perspective and how you see this stuff. But the last one I would say is his last lines is it's so simple. Good games sell consoles. And I gotta tell you, I think we all can agree that we know that outside of the Xbox 360 era, right? There hasn't been a scenario where Xbox is selling more consoles, right? And we can all, if you like Xbox, like if you're an Xbox person, then Xbox has made many good games, many great games, many amazing games, many classic games that will stand the test of time and people will always remember and think about. But the console still didn't sell that much, right? And the reality is that PlayStation just has the name, right? It just has the name that's been around for a very long time and just what it is. So you have to evolve, right? You have to
You
evolve.
do. Again, you don't we don't know where PlayStation is going to be in a year from now, but the future's not looking bright. Um, man, the he's saying here that, they put the first batch of games, right? And if you recall those games, they weren't that big of a deal, but everybody wanted to make a big deal about it. They came out here and had to go ahead and give a full-blown explanation as to what was taking place. The same meltdown took place because, there were rumors about Forza going on PlayStation, and that's yet to happen, but the meltdown did take place. Then it was supposed to be Forza, but then supposedly, but Indiana Jones is hitting PlayStation spring 2025. I can fully understand why that's taking place. That game was supposed to be everywhere to begin with, and they went and renegotiated the contract. So to be up in arms about a situation like that is flat out ridiculous. He didn't say Halo is going on the PlayStation platform. He said that it's just not off the table. We haven't crossed that bridge yet. Is that simple? I don't understand the stressing about something that has not happened. It's just the past already happened, that's gone. The future is yet to come. We don't know what's going to happen there. All we can live is in the present. And right now, we have Game Pass. And they bought a ton of studios. And look at what they're doing with Halo Studios. I'm excited about their future. I'm excited about their handheld. For all we know, they just don't want to come out here and have to explain every time because of the outpour and the pain that they want to portray in the Xbox's other it's over narrative, and it's a third party box and they're not making a new box and all the nonsense that comes with it when they're doing so well and putting so much work into it. What they don't want to have to do is have to come out here and explain themselves every single time over and over again, because that's just ridiculous. Um, so I don't see the problem. I don't see it. And we're gathered here because we love Xbox. We love their games. And we're keeping up with the news that are taking place out there. So we're rocking out.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. If and honestly, I I really feel this way. Like it's not about the even Xbox scenario, right? I think Xbox is the place that you are if you just love games, right? If you love games, you're on Xbox, you're on Game Pass,
That's
right?
why it's so easy for a lot of these people to threaten to leave.
Mhm. I mean, it's just because they don't love the games, right? They love the quote unquote war. They love the arguing. They love
What it
the
brings to
clout.
them. Yeah.
Yeah, they love the clout. They love all this stuff, right? But then as soon as it comes down to it, like where's where's the game situation? And I mean, at the end of the day, Xbox has the games. Xbox has the games in Game Pass, right? Again, if you're somebody who doesn't have Game Pass and you just buy games willy-nilly, great. Like I mean, as far as like the Xbox platform is concerned, right? If you're just saying I just selectively buy games, I don't subscribe, that's fine. But like this conversation really doesn't pertain to you because you're not really that invested in Xbox outside of just your thoughts and what games you've bought, right? You're not a monthly subscriber to it, right? You're not in here investing nonstop, right? So at the end of the day, that's a choice you make. But for the people, I mean, again, you're talking 30, 35 million, maybe even 40 million at this point of Game Pass subscribers. And for us, fam, it's a buffet of greatness. It's the best buffet you ever been to. You have nothing but choice, and everything is top quality. Like
Easy
we have
access.
easy access, man. We have, and every time Xbox gets bigger, we get more. It's not the other way around. It's not like they get bigger so we get less. No, no, no. They give us more. They invest more. Sorry, man, but there I can't see I can't see the frustration. I'm sorry, but there's nothing stupid about them making moves that are gonna make them bigger than any game company has ever been in the history of gaming. They're already the biggest third-party publisher in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're already huge, bro. Like this is what they want to do. They want to be the biggest, they want to be the best. They want to make sure that this is going to be the place that you come for gaming. Now I know that the there's still people who are stuck on it, right? I get it. You know, it's hard to get over. It's hard the idea of games going places that you never thought they would go. Sure. Sure, I get it. But gaming is moving away from this niche kind of audience. You know what I'm saying? It's it's in the mainstream now, right? It's in a big place. And if you're you know, you got to understand these games, Call of Duty, Fortnite, they're never going to get dethroned
Yep.
because they're everywhere. They're never going to get dethroned. Nothing's going to change that unless you have things that can come up that are everywhere that make a big splash. And these IPs that they have that are maybe not the biggest IPs, but maybe is worth putting them somewhere else later to make more money. Come on, man. The investment has to keep going and they're still investing. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. You were gonna say something.
Um, no, never mind. Go ahead. I lost my thought.
Sorry about that, man. Um, but yeah, I mean, that's just what it is, right? They are again, we can't hold them back, right? We can't stop the situation from happening.
It's just it's easy to think that you're here to judge, right? And you sit there and you demand these games a certain way, and then you want to dissect it with a critical eye, right? Trying to figure out what is wrong with all of these games, right? The quality of games that we're getting right now, it's incredible compared to where gaming actually started, right? So if you the same people that sit there and demand 60 frames and that these games look a certain way and there's no room for error or hiccups are the same people say, well, hold up, don't put these games on other platforms. It's like the money has to come in for your high demand to give us a good score, which is a 7 according to a lot of these people, right? I'm just saying the bar that they want to create and the demands and then the audacity to go ahead and hit them back with a this is what you need to do because this is what I want you to do. It's just it's flat out ridiculous to think that you sit on that throne.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I see like the discussion in the chat,
Bring it in.
right?
Let's
And
go.
there's a lot of different ones. We'll just talk about what they're talking about, um, which is the idea of the exclusives, right? Like this is the biggest thing, and we just kind of talked about was it grunge head, um, like it's like understand. I know you read this right, but there's a difference between like this is there's a difference between stuff that is quoted that Phil said, and then they say something else, right? So, like, I see that you said that he never that why would he bring up Halo when they didn't bring up Halo? You actually don't know that, right? They're not doing this in a question and answer format, right? They're summarizing the entire interview and they're taking direct quotes that he said, and then they're going ahead and offering other details. So in the part
Other
here where it
details that
says
are
it's
not
true,
they
well,
could
let me
maybe not be
directly
accurate.
well, I mean, you would assume Bloomberg would be accurate, but what I'm saying is that
The
this is not
interpretation
a
sometimes gets can and I'm not saying just from, whoever put this out there,
yeah, I would say Bloomberg is not gonna
I'm
really
speaking in general
yeah,
when someone takes someone else's words and put them, and it's not a, "Here's the question, here's the answer," it's a little bit more complex at that point. You're not hearing a recording, you're not watching a video, um,
agreed.
you're reading it on paper.
There's more nuance to it than just the words.
Absolutely.
But that being said, when they're directly quoted, those are the words he said. We can't hear it, but we see it. But then when they go ahead and say something like it's too early to make any sort of decision on the next version of
That sounds
Halo,
like he was
he said
asked, by
exactly.
the
So he
way,
wasn't. So that's what
just
I'm trying to get to.
FYI.
He wasn't being quoted. Okay, he wasn't being quoted there. If it was a quote, that's different. That was not a him just bringing that up out of his ass. That was a question. They're asking him questions and they're taking the answers and putting them in a just a essay format, right? Just in a conversation format. So they're not showing us he obviously didn't just talk about any of these things. These are, if you're in an interview, Bloomberg wasn't just like, "Hey dog, go ahead, talk. Here's the mic. Say what you
Yep.
want, I'll record it."
Yep.
No. No, these are all very specific questions that are being asked. The answers you can see are a mix between his actual quotes and then them just summarizing the idea of what he's saying, right? So again, it's their choice to use a quote in one spot and not in another, right? So when he says, I do not see sort of red lines in our portfolio that say thou must not," right? That's a quote. That's what he said. Now, no quote, right? There's no quote here, says it's too early to make any sort of decision on the next version of Halo. He said that is clearly them saying, well, do you think you would put the next Halo on there? Right? They do that for this exact reason of how you're interpreting it, right? So the reason they do it this way is so that they remove their questions from it and they just put all the answers in as if this is just some statement that he's making. But these are all led questions. They're all asked to him, and then he is answering the question. He would not have just brought up Halo for no reason, right? That would never happen. But the way that they have
He's
it
like,
there,
"Hey,
not
let's
quoted.
talk about Halo real quick, and
Well,
let me say
let's
this."
not talk about Halo. I'm gonna tell you that we can't make a decision on Halo out of nowhere. No, that's a question, right? So that's a direct question that is going ahead and being asked. And he just said, he didn't even say those words. He said some version of that, and they just put it into a summary that says this is what it is. That is the exact reason why there's no quotes, right? So if there's no quotes, that's all just summarized speak, right?
Yep.
I'm not saying that that's not what took place. I'm saying that he didn't say those exact words and it wasn't just out of nowhere. There's a question and he said something to that
What are the
effect and they
questions,
summarize it.
right?
Exactly.
And, like, again, this is all written. I think we know
Yeah.
how things can be framed or taken out of context, and I'm not saying that this is what happened here. I'm just saying take it all, what's the saying, with a grain of salt?
Grain of salt. Yeah. Look at the homie grunge head says, yeah,
Grunge, what's good?
think he says he thinks this other streamer doomed and gloomed him out. So he was watching somebody
I'm
else
sorry
who
that
was sitting there
happened,
dooming and
bro. I'm
glooming.
sorry.
Listen, I think what has come very clear over these last few doom and gloom sessions,
I
okay?
know, it's been
That
nonstop this
that
year.
that listen, I feel bad that you had to deal with that, but
Yeah,
at the same time, the chances are, grunge, the person that you were watching probably did the same stupid crap last time there was a
yeah,
doom and gloom session, right? So you have to, your time is valuable. You
absolutely.
need to make sure you're not wasting it watching people who are sitting there trying to,
Affecting your energy.
yeah, like to bring you down when you're not down. You know what I'm saying? Like if this doesn't phase you and then you go sit with somebody for a couple hours and they're saying this doom and gloom nonsense, it's like, get out of here, bro. Like,
Yeah,
choose where you spend your time. I would never sit there and listen to somebody dooming and glooming. You know what I'm saying?
no,
Even if I'm in the room where talk is happening and I hear anything that even sounds like it, I have to say something because it's like, come on, man. Like, let's
cut the crap.
these people don't run us, dude. Like, these people don't run us. These doom and gloomers, these people out here, these these gallopers out there who are trying to bring us down, these galloping bots who want to go ahead and run with negative narratives as if this is a bad thing.
By the
Fam,
way,
these
do it
people,
nonstop. It doesn't, it's not just when these things come up. It's they're always crying about something. It's just that they love to capitalize on these moments. Every time there's an interview out, you would think again that that's the only thing that feels said. there's so much content to what was put out there. And again, like we said, we didn't hear everything just from Phil himself, right? We didn't watch this play out. This is all in writing. So we have to just be cautious what we allow ourselves to kind of fall into, because that's what they seem to be looking for, to go ahead and drag down that energy and see if they can keep on getting those that attention.
Danger in writing,
Mhm.
like Doodle is alluding to, is who's reading it and how they're perceiving it, right? So if you are someone who likes to doom and gloom, you can clearly read this the way you want to read it and put out this negative thought or this negative emotion out there and start trying to put little words in here or try to point things out and try to make it seem like this is a issue or a big problem,
Yeah.
right?
You and I can read
But
the same exact sentence and take something different from it, right? And the tone that we give to it when we read it, it also affects the situation.
now understand, like I gotta be like dead ass about this. Like Phil didn't do anything wrong here.
No, I
I
don't
don't
think
want to
he
like
did
this
in
conversation
any
or this
way.
idea that Phil should shut up or Phil shouldn't have these interviews. Absolutely not. This is the problem. See, this is what happens, right? You guys get so used to dealing with the ponies and messing with like the gallopers, right? And mocking them and going back and forth with them and hearing their bull crap. And you start to listen to it and you start to think that, oh no,
It's true.
this is ammo for the gallopers. I'm so upset that this was written because now the gallopers are going to make my life difficult because they're going to say this against me and I'm not going to have anything back to say. That mindset needs to die. You need to move away from it. Get over that conversation, dude. These people hold no value to you outside of what you make it.
Yeah, of
So,
what you allow them to have power over. They shouldn't have any
exactly.
power over you. You know damn well why you chose to have an Xbox. You know damn well why you have Game Pass. You know damn well that the situation that PlayStation is in. You know damn well that they're not getting any games. You know damn well that they're excited about Call of Duty and Indiana Jones. You know damn well that those are their lifeline right now when it comes to gaming. And you know damn well that even though PlayStation, they said themselves about one game a year, one of these scalpers was out here saying that that was plenty or more than enough. And it's like, how can that be okay? You either don't actually like their games, you don't want their games, or you don't like what they're producing. This is a situation where it's like you can't allow the people that you pity and feel bad for to turn it around on you.
This is the thing. This is the thing. This is where, like, when you start really thinking about this, this is where this whole conversation is just ridiculous. And listen, again, I'm not gonna claim that in my time that I wasn't against this idea, right? I'm not suggesting that, right? But back in the day, you would have told me something like this, I'd be like, get the heck out of here, right? But the reality is that I was never gonna leave Xbox, no matter what they do, right? This is where I am. I mean, assuming that they don't do anything super crazy like close down the studios or like if they're not making Halo anymore or they drop Game Pass and now
Game
like
Pass is now $250 a
yeah, like if
month.
they wanna do something stupid crazy, right? Then we can have a different discussion. But for the most part, I'm not going anywhere for stupid nonsense. But this is the thing that becomes reality, right? What you want, what you want a galloper to do is to prove that they want the game that you have access to is you want them to go buy a console, right? You want them to spend $500 and go or $300 and go buy an Xbox so that then they can buy the game. So if they did that, now they bent the knee to you, right? So you won, right? That was your W. But let me give you a little bit of information here that you know already. All of you know, but it's easy to let it get caught up. Xbox doesn't make a lot of money on the console. They make the money on the games.
Yep.
Right? So if they're spending the money on the games, if these developers are spending the money on the games, they are giving Xbox more than just going and buying a console and using it as a exclusive box like we do, right? We're not giving PlayStation a bunch of stuff. We buy whatever game we get, but that's it, right? They're not getting a ton. I'm not out here repping PlayStation. I could give 3 craps about them, right? So they don't gain anything. They didn't gain some type of loyal person because I bought the box, right? Just what it is, right? So getting these gallopers to do that is not going to change anything. Also, keep in mind that these people with the version of your stuff right now that you don't want PlayStation getting any of Xbox's exclusives. Those very gallopers can go ahead and buy a TV that has Game Pass on it and subscribe to Game Pass and play all your games without owning an Xbox. They can
Or
go buy
Fire
Amazon
Stick.
Fire Stick and do the same thing. They can go on their phone and do the same thing. They can go to their PC and
And do the
do
same
the same thing. So the galloper can enter in all of these different ways and play the game that you have here as a quote unquote exclusive, right? But they can do the same thing you're doing for $20. All right. For $20, they can go subscribe, have the same access to the same games that you have, and that would be okay.
But not like this.
But not if they don't have to, not if the PlayStation dude gets it on their console. So if they don't have to do that anywhere else, think about this. In all those other scenarios, it actually works out better for them. If they go play it on PC, most likely they'll just pay the 11, 12 bucks, whatever it is, and get Game Pass, right? If they play it on the cloud or on their TV, they're going to pay the $20 and they're good, right? If they enter into Xbox in any other way, they're getting the exact same deal as you are. They're basically you without having to commit to Xbox on a box, right? But if they have to buy the game on their console, they got to give you that hot 70 every time. Every time they want a game. So when Xbox is dropping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games, 6 games, 7 games in a year, and they want all of them, they got to drop $490 plus tax. Versus you, who gets that all those games for your $20 a month. You understand? Like, think about the argument that you're trying to have here. You're saying, no, Pony, you better buy an Xbox in order to play these games, right? You can't stop any of these dudes from doing that, right? You can't stop any of them from doing that.
Exactly.
Right? So if they are not going to buy the console and they're just going to get it from somewhere else anyway, because you can't stop them from going on PC or going on their phone or going on Amazon or going on their TV. You can't stop that from happening. So what's the difference? If they're still playing your game and they're a galloper and they do not own an Xbox, what is the difference between that and them getting the game on their console and spending the money that in turn will give us more games in our Game Pass subscription?
And again, if I could just remind everyone that this is a made-up situation.
It is a made-up situation.
It's a made-up situation that didn't happen.
Bro, they're getting 1 or 2 games every once in a while.
This is wild. You were talking about, back in the day, and back in the day, they didn't have the amount of games that they're releasing now, man. So even if they took half of that and put it on a different platform, we still have a huge half that's simply exclusive to Game Pass. And again, like you stated, CMoney, it's really simple. On a TV, on a phone, on a PC, on a Fire Stick. Come on, man. Like, what are we talking about here?
Facts. Agreed, 100%. Now, another argument that I do see brought up
Yes.
is the idea of Game Pass.
Yes.
Well,
What about
how
Game
can
Pass?
Game Pass grow if it doesn't have the exclusive, if it's not an exclusive game? And Relsky answered it 150% the way I
Let's
would have
go.
answered it,
Let's
which
go.
is because we're talking about Forza Horizon 5, but you know what did grow Game Pass? Black Ops 6.
Yep.
Black Ops 6, is that game exclusive?
No, it's not.
Is not
But what did it do?
exclusive,
Like Relsky
but it
said?
was the biggest growth in Game Pass day one ever, right? It's a third-party game
Exactly.
that's everywhere. Guys,
Exactly. You can
what
argue the deal. You can't
dude,
argue the deal. We, by the way, we still buy games and we have 3 Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions. So, yeah.
facts.
It's just
That
what
being
it
said,
is.
Derek Skinkid says, got one question. If
Yes.
you can't access your library content, is it actually a Xbox? Isn't it actually just an access point for Game Pass? Well, if you conveniently leave Xbox game like off of the Game Pass title, then yeah, you'll be accessing Game Pass, but you don't there is no Game Pass. It's Xbox Game Pass is the name. So you would be accessing Xbox Game Pass. Um so that is what that is. But understand this, the library content is coming. That's already been confirmed. It's confirmed that this year was the plan. Now, maybe it won't make it this year. We're pretty close. Who knows? Maybe they'll announce it at the Game Awards, or maybe it's gonna go into next year. Actually, didn't they say maybe there was a thing that I don't remember that we talked about and it going into 2025? But either way, they're looking to get it done, right? They're looking to make it happen. So that's going to be that's the last piece of the puzzle, frankly. Once you can just go on your cloud device, whether it's on the PC or on your TV or on your phone, and purchase a game and then play it without a subscription, or even if you still need the Game Pass subscription, but that allows you to have your personal library as well. I mean, that's the that's the next level, right? That's where they get to go all the way with that situation. Um, but I will say this: Amit Kumar comes in
Man, what's
with the
good, love?
bars, right? Guess what? People do not buy PlayStations because of their exclusives. They buy it because of COD, 2K, FIFA, Minecraft, Roblox, GTA, Madden, Fortnite, not because of God of War, Horizon, etc.
Oh,
Admit you nailed it. And remember, that's not an opinion.
uppercut.
That's
That's a
not an opinion.
fact.
This is fact. We saw the numbers.
Yep.
We saw the numbers from Sony. They told us this past quarter, 77 million games were sold between PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. Now remember, there's 116 million active users. Okay, 116 million active users. So let's do the quick math. There's 116 million people between PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 that actively use their PlayStations. Only 77 million games were sold in the previous quarter. So if you were just to make it in the way that it is not, but if you were just to make it that each game represented one person, then that means only 77 million people bought out of 116. So in a quarter, there were 40 million people who did not buy a game in a whole 3-month span. Now, this is the thing. That number is not real. We know for a fact that the most hardcore gamers out there are going to buy at least 2 games, in that quarter. If they don't have a Game Pass like we do, you know what I'm saying? They're going to buy at least the most hardcore are going to buy at least 2 games in the quarter. So that 77 million number actually goes down to 38.5 million. So that means there's actually only 38.5 million people that purchased any games in that quarter. And there's almost 8 million people, 8 million people who are defined as PlayStation active users who did not buy a game in the last 3 months. Okay? Now, this is the kicker. Only out of the 77 million total games that were sold in 3 months, only 5 million came from first party. Only 5 million came from first party. Now, baby, I don't know how math works 100%, but I'm pretty sure that if out of 116 million people who actively use PlayStations, who actively use either PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5, 116 million people, only 5 million first party games were purchased. That means 111 million people
Don't care about your
turned
game.
on their PlayStation, saw the ad for whatever first party game is there, and
Nah,
said, "No, thank you.
I'm good.
I'm playing
Swipe left.
COD.
Swipe.
I'm playing Minecraft." Deuces, first party. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the idea that we are going to burn Microsoft at the stake for quote unquote exclusives that you guys claim are so important to PlayStation, yet 111 million people this past 3 months said F you to your first party lineup, and at least 80 million people said F you to even buying a game. They're only playing games they already own, or they're going ahead and just playing free games. Think about it logically before you get so emotionally caught up in this idea. The numbers are not real. These Twitter people are fake, dude. They don't represent anybody.
Really don't, though.
They represent the smallest group of people that are out there. The smallest group of people. You know what's funny? On this side of the fence, we represent way more people because we're part of Game Pass. So we have at least 40 or at least 35 plus million people that are united in the same idea that we all want access to Xbox first party games whenever they drop. And we all want access to a large library of games that are quality. And we all want access to third party day and date games that Xbox funds for us. We are united. Over there, it's the Wild West, bro. They don't know each other.
Baby, they're all over the place. They
Bro,
don't know what's happening.
Each other.
They don't know what's happening, man.
They don't, man. They don't.
It's a full-blown farm over there. It's wild. It's wild.
I mean, this is just what
the one
it is,
thing
bro.
they do have in common, though, is that they're all just not showing up for the PlayStation games.
I mean, that's their united thing.
That's a one heck of a decision that they've made altogether for how wild they are. So it is what it is. Listen, I don't blame them. These games speak for themselves. The only people that go out there and be glazing the crap out of these PlayStation games are the galloping bots. They put in more work than the ponies do. Because listen, all they do is go out there and talk numbers, right? For some reason, for a group of people that can't do math, they sure as hell love to bring up numbers. Maybe it's just the galloping around with the thinking of the numbers that's conflicting to them. So I don't know where it goes wrong, but man, these numbers aren't pretty. We talked about their numbers the other day, and they just it was embarrassing. So there you have it. It is what it is. They're not selling their own games. So they're probably listen, gallopers, you're probably not the only ones that say a prayer before you go to bed about getting those Xbox games on your platform. I'm sure Hiroki does too. And Herman, everybody else in there.
They
says
all
a
doing
prayer
it.
before
They
they
all
go to
doing it.
sleep, um, because it's rough. It's
It's
rough in
rough
them
out in those
streets.
streets. It's rough out in those streets for sure. Amit Kumar put this out. Says ponies should be partying out in the streets today. They finally got a new first party game. But what are they doing instead? Talking about Xbox again.
Exactly.
And I just looked it up right
Exactly.
now. And again,
Oh,
today it peaked.
guys.
It peaked, okay, at 6 p.m. You know, they have 1,800 hours, right? So it's 6 p.m., right? It peaked at 602. After that, it's done nothing
What
but gone
time
down
again?
at 6 p.m.
Okay.
I don't know. It says 1,800 UTC. I don't know what time zone is that, but whatever. I don't know where that is. But either way, it's 1,800 hours, right? So I'm just gonna call it 6 p.m. So since 6 p.m., okay, it's done nothing but every hour decrease. Less and less people playing that game
Where they're at.
until it's never gone back up, meaning
It's
no,
just it's a
no
guys,
moment.
it's a slide.
There's
You
no moment. Okay, actually, let me just show it to you guys so you can see. So I'm not making shit up. Look, boom, game just released.
Oh, here
In
we go.
1
Okay.
hour, they jumped to 541. 2 hours, 593. 3 hours, 602. After that, after the third hour of release, not a whole day, the third hour of release, people are like, yeah, I'm good.
That's
Down,
enough.
down, 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 down. Never a spike up, never one movement up, never, never. All the way down to the lowest part, which is right now 283 people playing this game.
They have school tomorrow.
Got it. So they were at school before. That's why they weren't playing, right? They got home, but they have school tomorrow, so they're not going to still play.
Yeah.
Got it. It's the
Yeah,
weekend.
yeah. It's
Gotta
yeah.
wait for the
Yeah,
weekend.
you gotta wait for the weekend.
Gotta wait for the weekend, man.
Mhm.
For sure. For sure. So yes, that's funny. That's funny, but it's true. This is the reality. Okay, so Arnie says 1,800 UTC is 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, so 1 p.m. Eastern Time, that's when this happened. So 1 p.m. to at 4 p.m. they peaked, right? So 3 hours later, 4
Okay.
p.m. they
Okay.
peaked.
See?
Now this is Eastern Time, 4 p.m., right? People are going to start getting home in the next hour or two. And what happened? Did more people get home and say, "Yo, I got to jump on?" Or they said,
Not Call of Duty.
"Nah, I'm playing Call of Duty, dog. I'm playing Call of Duty." I'm telling you, it's bullcrap, right? It's bullcrap. This is the reality. This is the
Right, you
reality.
are saying like Concord CMoney. Yo, right, you are. That freaking profile pic is insane.
I like the way the
I
name
love
moved for
it. I
sure.
love it.
For sure.
Like Concord, babe. Like Concord.
Um
We saw that mess play out too.
Why you
Carlos
are you
was
didn't have
good.
to snipe. You didn't have to snipe pity of PlayStation,
Listen,
man.
don't mess around. Right? You are not messing
He's
around.
not messing
He's
around.
not
He's
messing
not.
around. He had enough.
Listen, but pity comes around all the time, right? There's a certain level of people, right? And like there I'm just gonna say it that he might not agree with this, but I just this is what I feel. I feel like there's a lot of people who are very influenced by the doom and gloomers that are out there,
Yeah.
right? I just feel like that's what it is. They're very influenced, and when maybe Xbox influencer that you like starts doing this doom and gloom shit, you might just be like, oh wow, maybe that's real. Like I just don't feel. I don't. I He comes around all the time. Like he's one of the homies, right? So listen,
I think
I
he's
think he's just feeling a certain type of
yeah,
way
I
right
think
now.
he's processing the situation right now.
Yeah, everybody needs their own
And
time.
yeah,
He's in here, right? So he's in here trying to talk it out, right? And that is what it is, man. That is what it is.
help him through it.
If it was just some
Listen, if
random
it was
dude
some
in our
random,
house
like,
talking
yo,
crazy, we would have sniped him like 16 hours ago, right? But he's one of the homies. He's here all the time. So he's just going through it. So you don't need to snipe him for questioning and doing that stuff. He's one of our
I think,
peoples.
but I do think, I think there was a back and forth, like a heavy one. I'm not sure. Like, I
Yeah, I
don't
was
know
watching. They're going
everything. I
back and
think,
forth.
yeah, I think there was a heavy duty back
Yeah,
and forth
look,
taking
not
place.
everybody's 100%. Listen, it's not easy. Some people can't accept it, right? or it's harder for them to accept or harder for them to do it, especially depending how deep you are with these gallopers, right? And how hard you go in the paint, talking crap to
Yeah,
them, and
I
maybe
mean,
you
I
feel a
don't
certain
think
type of
I
way.
think also the fact that it's not just the gallopers that want to the galloping bots are also heavy on these things. So when I think you just they expect something, so, get slapped up with something else, and I don't know. I think he's just processing the whole situation right now.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes sense to me, man. Like it's just a matter of, you know, getting through it. But listen, as far as this here is, yeah, he was very respectful. He didn't go crazy. Mick Kumar says he's now if he changed his name to I pity Xbox peasants, yeah, that's a different story. That's a different story, 100%. So I don't know if you can unsnipe him, but uh a pity the fool. It's okay that you were talking over here. Reinhardt just got trigger happy. He was not fucking around. Okay.
Right, you are seeing a lot of messes. Um, sometimes, and I pity the fool has been around for quite a bit, but sometimes there's those gallopers that come in and then they kind of play it cool and then go completely in the other direction. And our homie, right, he kind of gets to see it on both sides. He sees a lot of the Twitter nonsense too. So
Now, um, there's more. A lot of people had like Phil's on a tour right now. He's talking to a lot of different people. He's talking to a
no,
lot of different
because
people.
listen, you know why? Because PlayStation is on the tour, so he said, "I'm gonna do my own." They have a musical going on right now, so Phil was like, "You know what? Right before the holidays, let's go ahead and do the same."
That's funny. That's funny. It's true. It's true. So, first, before we do that, let's get our boy. Hold on. Did we not read this? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold
Where
on.
you
Hold on.
at?
Did we not read this?
Oh my gosh. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah.
No.
Wait,
No. No.
did
No, we
we?
didn't.
RC, are you in there? Hello?
Says he's in there. I don't, dude. This is yo.
Yo, sorry,
Yo, it's almost an
RC.
hour ago. God,
Oh, that sucks.
wow.
Okay.
RC, bro, sorry, man. We got caught up. We
Yeah,
got caught up. I apologize.
this is a heavy topic.
It is a heavy topic. It is
Yeah,
heavy.
this is wild.
It is
Go
heavy.
ahead. Lay it
All
on
right.
me.
So the homie RC Polygon, thank you, bro, for that $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you, homie. Says if Microsoft gets Sega, that will mean we can see new crossover with Sonic, Yakuza, Persona with COD with COD with skins. Xbox would gain more characters in Smash. That's true. That's true. That would be crazy if you got Sonic running around in Call of Duty. That would be insane. But this is the thing, Sonic, right?
Yes.
Sonic will actually be able to kind of try to rise back to his former glory, right? Because the problem with Sonic is that Sonic, he's a he's like a Mario. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like he's iconic and he needs to be representing a platform, but he has no platform to represent right now. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I feel like Sega does need to get scooped up and kind of be able to create those Sonic games like they used to. They've been lacking, so I do feel like it would be pretty awesome for them to go ahead and be able to either have more money to invest in these games, maybe bring new people in. And this is why I say that every time uh, Xbox goes ahead and scoops up a studio, they blossom. They go ahead and they just get a lot more um than what they're used to, having to go ahead and kind of put certain games out just to, hit that check mark instead of going ahead and making something that's substantial and it's a big deal. Um I would say, by the way, yeah, because Sonic, he's in Smash. This will also kind of help, talking about Sonic. We've talked about what's stopping with the IP that they have now. What's stopping Xbox from going ahead and creating kind of like a Smash or a Mario Kart type of game. And, our boy Phil did come out here and say we are not like they're kind of like not ready for that. He doesn't feel like the platform or that they have the IP for it. Um, I, listen, I wouldn't be mad at it if they kind of go ahead and come after Nintendo with not after per se. This is all competition, right though? Like this is all business. So to go ahead and kind of create their own version of a Smash Brothers or a Mario Kart, um that would be pretty awesome. I believe Sega would be a good scoop up, and it would be great for Game Pass too, to go ahead and have those Persona games. They hit well, in Game Pass.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. No, I agree. Yeah, I think this would be there. Like Phil kept talking about needing to earn it
Yeah,
to
they're
be able to
not
do those
ready or they don't
things.
have the IP
This would be
or
the final. This would be the
oh, for
final thing.
sure.
You
You
get
again,
them,
I said it
boom.
before. Sonic went head to head with Mario. It's true. This took place. So I do think to bring him back in a big way, um, on an actual platform, and I think that's what's lacking, right? To kind of get the attention that it needs because man, some of these games that they be putting out, some of these Sonic games are just are rough. They have not evolved well.
Yeah, they have
Mhm.
no, no. You're right. We do have the homie JD Gamer in the building. My
JD,
dude, thank
yo,
you, brother,
what's
for being here, man.
good?
Appreciate you, homie.
Thank you for rocking out.
Says thing is, thank you for that $10 super chat. Says
Thank
thing
you.
is, Xbox is making money, so they're not going anywhere. They're making more than the 360 gen with their new way of doing business, and
Yes.
they're doing what Sega couldn't because they ran out of money. Facts, JD. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. That's the truth, man. It's they're making money, bro. Like this idea that you're gonna suffer somehow from Microsoft and Xbox having success is wild because they're going ahead and they're reinvesting. They're reinvesting in us. They're reinvesting in more studios, in more games. They said it. Acquisitions are happening. He said the future of hardware. We're getting new consoles. We're getting new handhelds. This is all investment back. And the more they make, the more they can invest. Look at what happens when you're the opposite. PlayStation can't make a dollar to save their lives. And what does
Oh,
that
I
all we've
love it.
seen is cutting back. We got to cut back. We have to find new ways of making games because it doesn't cut it, right? No, Ghost of Yotai can't use a new engine. No, a sucker punch. You need to use your old engine and do the best you can to make it look good.
This is
Okay?
crazy, but it's true.
This is what it is, man. This is what it is. We've seen it already play out. We saw with God of War Ragnarok. We saw with Spider-Man 2. The games were not big advancements. They were just more of the same. And in the same generation, dope. In next generation, not dope. Not dope. I need to see a jump. I need to see what does next gen offer that makes it worth it. And nothing was there, right? Nothing was there. So you're 100% right, JD. He's also back with the $2 super chat. By the way, pathetic poor begging ponies
Yes.
still got no
Tell 'em.
games. These are
Tell
facts,
him. A
bro.
constant
These are
reminder.
facts. They're just
JD out
sitting
here
there,
doing God's work.
bro. They're like the kids at a toy store with they're outside. They can't go in. Their parents won't let them, but their faces up against the glass, just staring at the toys. Like, wow, I wish I could play with that one day. I really do. I wish. Mama, you sure I can't have one?
Please.
Mama, please. You have to ask your Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil, can I please have some games?
Well, what is it that he said? There are no red what?
Red lines?
There are no red lines.
Well, ponies know. They know the white lines. You know what I'm saying? They're all about the white lines. You know what I'm saying? I know. I know. I understand. I understand.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, that's hilarious.
Can I just go by it and sniff it?
Oh my god. The homie World Bro Boy Lewis, my dude, thank you much for being here, man. Thank you
Yo,
for that $2 super
thank
chat. Says
you.
Doodle, C Money
Yes.
tell you did C Money tell you I'm an official Xbox source?
Oh, let's
Yeah, he's out
go.
here dropping. He told us about the South of Midnight thing,
Ooh.
and then
Oh, we
he told
scooped it
Boom the
up, by
next
the
day. Yeah,
way.
we did get it. Yeah,
We
reserved or
already
pre-ordered.
and by the way,
Reserved.
again, I was right. That's what they're making, 1,000 signed copies, and
Yeah,
if
it's
you get
only a
one, you get
thousand.
one. If you don't, you don't. So I
Less than
suggest
the PlayStation 5 Pro Anniversary
exactly.
Edition. You know
So
what I'm
I
saying?
suggest if they're still available and you're looking for one, they're signed copies, scoop that up. The
It's gonna be
music
special.
for this game is it seems like it's going to be phenomenal. So
Absolutely. Absolutely.
and it comes with the book too, the art book and
Yep.
everything. Beautiful.
Phenomenal.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I'm excited.
The homie JD Gamer's back with another $2 super chat, man.
Yo,
Appreciate you,
thank
homie.
you.
Says Sega would give Xbox the kart racer we deserve.
Yes.
Yes, they already have a phenomenal foundation with Sega All-Star Racing. Pretty dope. It was really, really good. Then they did the transform version, which gave you like land, water, and the sea,
Yep.
or no land, air, and sea. Um, so that was dope. So you're right, JD agreed, and he's back with another $2 super chat. Says
Thank you,
Sega
bro.
manages to make AAA games for about 70 mil. That right there, that you just said, JD, that is a monumental level of importance for whatever Xbox is doing, because those games don't sell crazy, right? Like they're not super, like you're not getting 20 million copies of Metaphor sold, at least as of right now. I don't know how much it's doing, but it's just not typically the way, right? So the thing is that when you look at it's like almost like a Hellblade 2, right? Like that game doesn't need to sell like stupid
Yep.
crazy numbers to be profitable and be worth it, because it only costs them like $80 million, right? Like that's it. So it was like 50 to 80, somewhere around there. But that's it, right? So between Game Pass subs and between the sales that it got, it's easy to recoup that, and you call it a day and
Absolutely.
you move on and do more, right? It's not like their lifeline. And somebody like Sega, if they can go ahead, like Xbox would love to have an army of studios who can make AAA projects, games that look amazing, that play amazing, that are amazing, for around that 70 mil, 80
Yeah.
mil mark, right? So then you don't have to, sell a trillion copies in order to break even. You know what I'm saying? You could actually make money when you do this stuff, right? And again, Xbox has the awesome effect of Game Pass, where it's almost more valuable for somebody to say, "Oh, let me sign up to Game Pass to play that new game," than it is just to give that one-time purchase, because you might hook them and keep them in there for the long haul, right?
Yeah.
But I agree, 100%. And then Will Broke Boy Lewis
Yo,
says, thank you for that $2 super chat.
thank
Says,
you.
have to order by end of year to get signed copy. Well, I mean, there's
There
a
are
thousand
only
copies.
1,000 copies.
Yeah, there's only a
So,
thousand. So there's not it's not like hey, if I order by December 31st, I can order the 1,001 copy. Only a
meaning
thousand.
once that's sold, it's gone. So
Exactly. Um, but yes, very, very cool. All right, all right, all right. Let's go to the next little interview. Again, another interview that was done, but it's also behind a paywall, and this one I didn't get El Gratis like this one, so I couldn't take any pictures. But he does have a few little snippets. I'm just gonna do a little timestamp on it, so we can see that this is where it starts. This is the Stephen Totilo interview.
and by the way, on that last interview, just a reminder of how Phil went ahead and kind of took a a good one
On the pro at the
on the
end
pro at
about
the end.
about building
And
a,
kind of like, I love that they've been putting out there, PlayStation's way of doing things and how they're like that snake in the garden, right? Always trying to take a bite off of something. Um, yeah, I love it. I love it. They're not being shy, they're not holding back when it comes to going ahead and speaking their mind. And if you know, you know, right?
absolutely, agreed. I do love this over here. Grungehead says, "This has been a great black pill deprogramming." Haha. Good, good. I'm
That's
glad that we can
awesome.
help
Thank you for being here, love.
because these clowns out here spreading all this nonsense are ridiculous, bro. It's
Agreed.
ridiculous, and I'm glad we can we can help.
Can
Um,
cleanse the nonsense.
yep, JD Gamer says sometimes we just have to pull you back from the ledge because that's what real friends do.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
100%.
I love you guys.
Absolutely.
You guys are awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, there you go. Ruskin says had to bring you back to what reality is or what it really is. Facts.
That's
Good,
awesome.
man.
You guys
I'm
are
glad.
amazing
I'm
to each
glad.
other. I love that.
Yeah, that's really dope. All right. So this one, obviously, he's not giving us the whole thing. He's not giving us everything, but Steven Totilo gave us these small little things that we could talk about. Um, so Steven Totilo says, new, I talked to Microsoft gaming CEO, Xbox P3. He's
Billy
bullish
Phil?
on WoW and thinks Stalker 2 will be on some game of the year list.
Mm.
Well, that's what we're kind of banking on, right? That we're gonna play Stalker 2 and it's just gonna be this big, you know, accumulation of all the pain and suffering and hard work that they had to go through to make this game, and it's going to be something special. And we're all looking forward to it. And honestly, I think we're all, or at least for the most part, a good amount of us are hoping that we do see them on that stage, being able to tell their story and talk about all the hardship they went through to be able to deliver this game. And Xbox was the one that was there to help make it happen.
It's right around the corner, you guys. That's what's crazy. Next
Next
week,
week, dude.
it's finally
Crazy.
releasing.
So that's huge, man. And I think because of their story, I think they're less likely to get hit with that Xbox tax
Yes,
because
absolutely.
it's not being published by Xbox. This is just a Game Pass deal. Xbox is just going above and beyond to help them.
Yes.
Excuse me. But it's just a Game Pass deal. This is not for publishing or anything. So they really don't have
And
that
that's when
risk.
people that's when they show their character, right? At a moment like that, where they went ahead and kind of supported this studio to kind of pull through and deliver their game.
And didn't
It,
force anything on them like, "Hey, if we help you,
exactly.
this needs to happen."
Exactly. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter what people want to go ahead and put out there when you hang like you hear these things, you hang on to the fundamental things that actually matter. I know.
You see that shit?
I know.
Did you
Talking
just
about my
say that?
baby's
Trey
luscious
Bone?
hair.
Wow. Just because I don't have it more slick back and I let it a little more puffy out
I love it
now.
like this, though, but also I
Thank
think the
you.
lighting is giving you a two-color, a two-tone, um,
I naturally have a
yeah, he
little
naturally
highlight.
yeah,
I just normally
so
don't have it this high.
which I love when it grows out a bit even more than that, actually, so maybe, we'll see. Um,
Facts.
but yeah, I know, I was cracking up. Right, yo, where you at? Get him.
Snipe this man out here spreading false narratives and rumors out in these streets.
By my baby's hair?
The hell? Jesus.
But
Toupee
yeah.
won't survive Doodle pulling? Come on, man.
Look, it's confirmed. Yo, Arnie, that's what's up. He's talking,
Wow. Yeah, wow.
this is wild.
Yeah, wow.
But, Yeah, this is where you see character. Like you said, not kind of not putting it out there like that. They're just they're just kind of letting them be and just doing everything they can to support them and allow their dream to kind of go ahead and come through even through the hard times, to go ahead and support them while they when they need it, right? When they need it the most, without trying to lock them into a exclusivity deal or anything shady like that. So again, those are the things to look at when you think of the company every time that they have to make the tough decisions of letting, some people go or anything like that. And the outrage wants to be created, the false narrative wants to be put out there when, companies let people go, a lot more often, a lot more people go for a lot less reasons, right? So again, these are the things that you look at when people want to put things out there.
Yeah, they really showed their character being able to help this smaller, studio in need. And they didn't come looking, right? We saw the documentary, we saw the words on it before. They didn't go looking. They didn't say, "Hey, Microsoft, can you help us?"
Yeah.
Microsoft just did it, right? With nothing in return, right? Which is dope, right? So it's really good.
We got an answer from Right You Are. You want to read that real quick?
Wow. Well, I need a soundboard and I need betrayal because then
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
gonna I'm gonna cheer for myself. You can't hear it, but I'm putting the claps on. That's a problem.
All right,
That's
we
a
need to
problem.
fix that.
Um,
We need to fix that because
I do.
that
I gotta
was
figure it
a
out. I don't know
betrayal
how, but
moment for sure. Damn, I can't snipe truth.
that's
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 wild.
pretty
That's wild.
that's pretty dope. That's
That
pretty dope.
Yeah, that one cut
Um,
deep. That one cut
I
deep.
do also
I ain't
want to
gonna
point
lie.
out here, JD Gamer said this. Pretty soon, Xbox is gonna make more money from PlayStation than Sony. See, this is the funny thing, right? You remember when they try to say that PlayStation might make more money from Call of Duty than Xbox? But their little brains don't remember that the small number can never be bigger than the bigger number, and that in order for there to be a small number, that big number must come, right? So they
Yes.
only get the small number, Xbox gets the big number. But it is very possible for Xbox to be selling so much on PlayStation that their 70% outweighs PlayStation's 30% of everything, right? On the third party spectrum. So it's definitely possible. I do see oh my god. Splendiferous says Phil didn't
Yo.
want to talk about the pisser. How come? There's nothing to talk about, bro. And then I pity places peasants. He's back.
Oh, look who's back.
My
Back
dude
again.
says, "Hey, so flight sim is
Yo.
next week. No talks of it." Oh, on the contrary, I am super excited for flight sim. Yes, I
You mean
am.
from Phil, or I brought up Flight Sim.
Yeah,
Um
no talks of it from Phil, I don't think so. But, from us, I'm super pumped. I cannot wait. I'm so
Back to back, baby.
excited for Slight Flight Sim. I'm so excited for, Stalker
Stalker
2 is
2.
gonna be a
It's gonna be
busy,
crazy.
busy week. What days do the what days does it fall on? The
Oh,
19th. What's the 19th?
that's a good question. Hold
Today's
on.
the 14th?
Today is listen, you're yes, the 14th. Okay, so the
So,
19th is Tuesday?
the
Yes,
19th is Tuesday.
Tuesday. And then the 20th is obviously Wednesday. Tuesday,
Snap.
Wednesday, back to back. The week
Okay, so
before
that's, like,
Thanksgiving.
close. Okay.
See, that's okay, so yeah, that's cool. I like that. They probably didn't wanna have it too close to a holiday, and if they waited to do it a little further out, closer to the weekend, like, some people may have taken time off for Thanksgiving, probably travel around or whatever. Um, but yeah, I can see that.
Mhm. I mean,
Yeah,
we're pumped
Tuesday,
for it.
Wednesday,
Alright, that's dope.
back to back.
Yeah, I can't wait to try it out. I can't wait to dig in. I really have a lot of desire to start saving some people, putting out some fires. I don't know if I can shoot people. but if I could be a sniper in a helicopter, that would be dope
Yo,
too.
you've been so pumped about
I
this though,
really am.
because aside from like the flying, obviously stunning,
A
as
walk on the
well,
world, bro.
being able to just go ahead and interact with that world, have missions, in like a purpose in there, in the little areas that you go to, like depends where you go, right? What you're gonna go ahead and have to do. So that's gonna be pretty dope.
I agree.
That's gonna be really
Very
cool.
excited for it. I'm actually very, very excited for it. Um, all right. So the next line over here, uh, Microsoft's PC only games that are not on Xbox, mostly an anomaly, right? So basically, you had like Ara, and you had these last StarCraft, the StarCraft games that came out,
Yes.
those are on PC only, right? Warcraft, obviously, World of Warcraft, things like that, PC only. But he says it's an anomaly. It's not. This is not the way it's going to be. I think this is still a lot of like leftover things being done. I think these games are going to be making their way to console eventually, and I think because of the way you look at the year, where as far as like first party is concerned, it's kind of stacked on the back half, right? That's where it is. And going forward is going to be more spread out through the whole
Yes.
year. So you wouldn't never like normally feel like so many games coming out at the same time that are on PC only. Um, that being said, most of these games do a good job running on the cloud on PC. So if
Agreed.
you do like on GeForce Now, you can do the cloud, the PC version of these games are on there. Um, but you know, I think that that's not a big, it's not too big of a deal. But they're games, they're still release these games, and they're still good games, right? So, and then the other little tidbit here he puts is that Game Pass pacing led to a vowed delay, allowing for more polish. Sign of how they'll manage a growing portfolio. That's awesome. So basically, the fact that they knew coming into this, this back half that I could only chalk it up to Stalker 2 moving, and then it's like, okay, well, now it's like, well,
Once
do
that
we
was
need that there?
delay, yeah, it was all kind of because it was again a reminder for those of you that may not remember Stalker 2 was supposed to release in September.
Yep.
So when it got delayed, it kind of overlapped with the Avowal time, and Avowal was the one that got moved. And again, like he said, it allowing for more polish, right? This Avow is one of those games that when you go back and you see the first trailer that they went ahead and put out and you see it now, it's the difference is just insane. They've put so much into that game, so allowing it to have even a little bit more polish, and with the stack of games back to back again that we've been having, it was good for them to go ahead and say, all right, let's just move it to February. And I mean, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see if they're gonna do a freaking drop. I'm still thinking for that, direct that they're gonna have in January, at the end of January, that they may drop something in there in Game Pass. We'll see. And from this, I just wanna go because it just is wild. Obviously, we all know the date. Um, it's just crazy to see it like this. The Buster brings up less than 3 weeks till indie. That's crazy.
That's wild.
That's wild. Um, man, man, that's it. It's right around the corner. But this is how fast time is going by, though. Um, and I think we'll be pretty entertained and busy until Indy shows up, considering that we're getting 2 games, 2 big games, next week. So
Seriously. Seriously. It's gonna be a good one. I'm very excited. I wanted to want the Budster sent me the picture. I mean the little video. Yo, Mike Tyson slapped Jake
No,
Paul
I saw that, but I didn't think it was like, the when's the fight?
tom tomorrow
Oh.
night. Tomorrow night. We're gonna have to watch it after the show. I gotta watch this thing. What time does the show what time does it start? I think it's like in the middle of our show. Maybe we'll be
CMoney
talking and put
smacking all the ponies
and
slash
crybabies.
calibers and crybabies. It has to be done. Um,
Yo, Jake Paul didn't know what to do. Jake Paul was like, what's this
that just
happened to me?
but listen, that's a little taste of what's coming during that fight. Expect the unexpected. It's a different situation to train and feel like you're ready for something. But this was just an open hand slap. Wait till he punches you. So listen, this was actually a good thing that took place here.
Yeah. That's funny, yo. I can't wait to see that fight. Oh my god. That's gonna be good. I need to know what time it starts. Because we need to go through it. We need to watch it. So uh now we're gonna go to this latest interview. And we'll go through this, and this is how we're in the show. There's
Wait,
a
wait,
lot
is
of other
this picture from that interview?
no,
Okay,
no, this is from Gamescom.
okay,
But this
never
is
mind.
just like
It's
months
not that
ago.
far back.
Yeah, it's like months
Yeah,
ago. He looks way different.
he
My boy
does.
Phil.
Shout out to Phil. Um, yeah, shout out to Phil.
All right. So they did an actual interview, and turns out it's not behind a paywall from what I from what I see. Okay, there we go. Um So, yeah, so the Xbox CEO says there will definitely be future oh, you know what? Let me just timestamp this little one too, so I have it here. Yeah, so there's a lot of other topics we were supposed to go over.
Yes.
But clearly, this took up all of our time, so we're gonna end with
See
this.
money and
We'll do this
Doodle
stuff
versus
tomorrow.
time.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. Um, okay, so Xbox CEO says there will definitely be future consoles. Um, And although the company's new ads emphasize cloud streaming, Phil Spencer tells CEO Phil Spencer tells Rolling Stone there will still be a box to buy, and that's a huge thing. Now, this ad I definitely want to talk about, but again, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But it says it appears that Xbox is no longer just a box. Earlier today, the company's official account ran a new 30-second spot showcasing the brand's new campaign messaging. This is an Xbox to the sound of Black Sheep's 1991 hip drop track. The choice is yours. The video begins. Okay, great. We know this. I don't want to go too deep into that because we're going to talk about it tomorrow. Um, okay, so this is one thing. I don't know if they let this slip or if this is coming sooner than we think. But they say here on the surface, the campaign makes total sense. Xbox Cloud Gaming launched in 2019, and Xbox games have been available on PC for even longer. If players have an Xbox account, they can stream their purchased games or the Xbox Game Pass library on a variety of devices anywhere they have a high speed internet connection. So technically, you can stream your purchase games from Xbox, but from your Xbox. So not from the cloud. You actually connect to your Xbox and then you can stream it anywhere you are and play your games. But Game Pass and just cloud streaming, that is only Game Pass games right now. So I don't know if that's what they meant or if they're trying or if they already kind of jumped the gun and said something. Um, so I don't want to get into this particular part because this is really going to be talking about what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. So we'll leave that. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Rolling Stone recently met up with the Xbox CEO Phil Spencer in New York to discuss the future of the brand, where he touched on the themes behind the campaign ahead of its official launch. He was in New York. We should have went.
Yo, yo, Phil.
Really, Phil? What's going on, homie? He says it's an interesting topic because as we look at the brand, as we're changing the brand, it means something different. Ooh, okay. This is good stuff. I like
Let's
this.
go.
All right, let me say it again. It's an interesting topic because as we look at the brand, As we're changing the brand, it means something different. It literally was a box when it first launched. It was the DirectX box. What it's grown into now is more accessibility. Xbox isn't just one device. Xbox is on your smart TV. Xbox is on your PC. Xbox is on your phone. And we're in the middle of that transition. Mm. To his credit, Spencer knows very well that some fans would ultimately be turned off by the campaign, having said that some people long for the simplicity of a single box, single platform, single game, but also noted that today's largest games are bigger than any of the individual platforms. Mm.
Matt Booty said the same thing.
Agreed. Spencer has spent essentially his entire career. Okay, great. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Knowing the company's past, he believes that the DNA of Xbox remains the same, even as the company evolves. I think the thing that should really have longevity are the games, characters, and world. And the platform should enable us to experience those games where we want to play. That's how we think about Xbox today. I love that. That's dope. Okay, let me just scroll here, see if there's I just want to make sure I don't want to talk too much about other stuff. Uh, okay, speaking about consoles, Spencer said that he loves that people are buying Xbox hardware, but notes that it isn't a growth market. Our biggest growth in Xbox players is on PC and cloud. The console space all up isn't growing across all of them. We love those customers, but in terms of continuing to expand and grow Xbox, it's about PC, it's about cloud, and it's about making our games more available in more places. I mean, that's the thing.
See,
Like
but
you
that's the
can't stop the
thing. We
fucking
talked,
like you can't stop the facts.
yes, we saw what we know now with the PlayStation 5 Pro, what the actual box, the PlayStation 5 box really is, right? We were able to go ahead and pay a little more attention and really see what they delivered. Um, we know that the tech on the X is superior. So we also know that they're taking a hit making these consoles, and they're not making much profit, if any, right? They have these boxes out there. They're not necessarily bringing the money, and the money's in the games. So for them to continue to invest for those that love the box and continue to deliver a box that is up to date with technology, right? They're probably gonna have to go ahead and make a box they're gonna have to take an L on when it comes to pricing.
For sure.
Sarah said it herself. She said, "We're gonna take the biggest technological leap." Um, who knows what that next box is going to bring us, and how much they're relying on these games, again, selling on PC and everywhere else. And I'm not talking about before it gets taken out of context, like Phil gets taken out of context. I'm not talking about PlayStation, but to go ahead and have these games go out there and sell the way that they do is what's coming around, just like we stated before. CMoney, and they're bringing that money back in to go ahead and support what we want from them, which is a great box with great tech, that they're not going to try to charge us $1,000 for. Um,
Yeah.
so
Well, I
you
mean,
know,
look, the fact that he brings up the fact that we love those customers, right? But he's looking to grow and expand. Understand this. You got to use some common sense with some of this stuff. Grow and expand. How do you do that? You grow and expand. The only way you can grow and expand is if you're growing and expanding from something, which by definition means you cannot delete your console base because from there you cannot grow and expand. If you delete your consoles,
How are you gonna
then
grow and
you're gonna have
expand?
to make
It's
up
all an
those
guys,
people.
it's all an expansion of Xbox, right? He says it right there. It's just the way that it's looked at is kind of like the same analogy that they have with the games. Some games are bigger than one platform, right? So it was just the box at a time. It was just the box, but now it's expanding into so much more because it is the only way to grow and continue to deliver those boxes, right? So that is it's like that's the tree trunk. And then they're expanding with the branches.
Facts. 100%. Um, it continues in regard to whether the company's emphasis on cloud streaming and anywhere devices means that they'll cease developing new home consoles. Spencer had a definitive answer. We'll definitely do more consoles in the future and other devices. Now, handheld is considered maybe other devices, or is it considered a console? They continue here. Well, actually,
I,
before
I would
before we
say a
continue here,
device.
it looks like they're saying more stuff over here. I wanna get to it, but this is the thing. One of the arguments people try to say is, well, if the games go everywhere, then there won't be a need for console. And I love my console, so I won't have a console. He's telling you right now, we'll definitely do more consoles in the future and other devices. Now, we've said this many times that public companies like this can't make definitive answers unless they know that that's literally what their plan is, right? So more consoles, he's looking at the next 10, 15 years, 20 years. They know they have at least a couple. I would say more is sounds like even more than two, right? So this is pretty safe to say consoles aren't going anywhere.
Yep.
Um, so here, I'm not going to read this because he's just talking crap. This is not from Spencer. Okay, here we go. During the conversation, Spencer alludes multiple times to wanting to create a handheld Xbox, a detail he later confirmed with Bloomberg. Asked about whether there will be a mid-cycle hardware refresh like Sony has with the recently released PlayStation 5 Pro, he doesn't give a clear answer, but implies that it isn't necessarily given the diminishing. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. But it implies that it isn't necessary given the diminishing returns developers are seeing with increased horsepower. We think about hardware that can create unique value for our players or creators on our platform. We don't need to do incremental hardware for our own benefit.
Ooh,
Ooh.
he was just warming up on that other interview. Wow, how come
Okay.
these are not the things that are brought up when people wanna go ahead and take something out and put it out there, to talk about Xbox and Phil, huh?
Wow.
Wow. See, that's
We
what I'm talking about. Selective, selective.
That's crazy. We don't need to do incremental hardware for our own benefit. Does a new device really give you a unique experience on screen in some way? It's less like the old days, going from the original Xbox to the 360. That was standard definition to high definition. Now it's harder to show the benefits.
See, they're
Eh,
not trying to feed us a box just to give us a box. Um, I love that.
Absolutely. Okay, and he finishes for Spencer, the legacy of Xbox is top of mind. Ooh. The legacy of Xbox is top of mind and how the brand continues to evolve in the future. Xbox cloud gaming is at the heart of that mission. The DNA of the Xbox needs to remain more than just the streaming service and software library. We are trying to expand. What does an Xbox mean? I want Xbox to be something 20 years from now. I think in order for Xbox to be vibrant, be successful, it needs to be about multiple pieces of hardware.
Ooh,
Ooh, multiple
ooh.
pieces of hardware. Um, multiple pieces of hardware. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So multiple pieces of hardware. Obviously, you're talking TVs, you're talking handhelds, you're talking
PC.
all those different PC,
Mhm.
obviously different things. But can it possibly be taken a little more directly on the nose and kind of sync it up with something that we've been talking about here, which is the idea that Hargeet had brought up a while ago on our show, that maybe that box is one of many boxes that ultimately get released with like a minimum spec and then everybody else builds on it. I don't know, but
We'll see.
that's always something fun to think about and talk about. But at the end of the day, I think he confirms it right here. For Xbox to exist and be vibrant and be successful, it needs to be about multiple pieces of hardware, multiple pieces of hardware, not just a handheld, not just a PC, not just streaming, not just a console, everything, right? Everything. And I got to tell you, I believe in this mission. I think they are forward facing. I think they see what's coming, and I think this time they're not going to let the naysayers and the shaky foot, quote unquote Xbox people who are out here talking nonsense to them
Dictate their future.
dictate their future. They already saw that if they wouldn't have listened, they would have been in a way different situation than they were
Absolutely.
now. That whole scenario with the 900p versus 1080p, that was never supposed to happen. They purposely made the box what it was because they were going to use the cloud to add power to the box.
Yep.
And I remember back then, the power of the cloud, people used to make fun of it like it's
Yep.
not real. Dude, we get whole games streamed to us now with no problems. Imagine the fact of using a game that is running on your console, but you're just using the cloud to add to it. Come on, man. That generation was supposed to be way different. And them going back on it ruined that generation.
It
Now,
did. It
obviously,
did.
we needed it to
But
happen to get
yep.
Phil.
To get Game Pass, everything that
Exactly.
listen that got set up the way that it did get set up. But enough with the nonsense, enough with the crying, enough trying to hold them back from what we need them to do so that we can continue to get what we're getting and more moving forward. I don't think that in any way somebody who sits there and talks the way that they do and is taking jabs at the pro the way that he's out there doing is in any way someone who's surrendering, saying, "Here are our games, take what you will. This is for your gallopers." I don't understand this narrative that of weakness that they keep wanting to put out there of to represent Xbox or what Xbox is. Talking about the health of the console and their business, and what they take from that is that Xbox is dying. I don't understand how you can read something like this and then go on Twitter and put that out there. It's malicious. It's disgusting, and this is what they're used to doing on a constant basis. That power has to, it's been, I'm seeing it be a lot more diluted, and it needs to just continue to do so until it's just gone. And the interview is what the interview is rather than what this media wants to go ahead and make it into, or the criers want to go ahead and do with it. So I'm excited. I'm excited for the future of Xbox. I'm excited that we got to kind of just go ahead and go over everything that was really put out there. And the ins and outs of the actual interview
Yeah,
This was really good, you guys. Thank
absolutely.
you for rocking out with us.
Let's get our homie
JD,
JD
let's
Gamer in the
go.
building. Thank you, bud, for being here, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for that $5 super chat. It says, I don't like that 5-to-1 exaggeration because PlayStation would be at almost 150 million sold if that were true, but it's not. So we know the writer is a pony with lies. Yes. I mean, that's why, honestly, that's why I didn't read most of the in betweens. That's why I stuck to
The
the
quotes, yep.
quotes.
What Phil
Because
actually said. But again, yes, you're absolutely right. And I love that you went ahead and you brought this to up, right? Because it's that's what they love to do. This they live in this space. um, I don't know how else they can continue to cover up the fact that PlayStation is not what they want to pump it out to be out there. And if you can't see that that's a freaking dying brand and is hanging on by a thread, and unless they get fed games and they get that 30%, they're not looking good. They're not looking good.
agreed. Agreed 100%. And we have the homie
Yo,
Gotham guy in the
Gotham
building.
guy, thank you so much for
Appreciate you, my
rocking out,
dude.
and thank you for that $20 super chat. Thank you so
Absolutely, man. Thank
much.
you so much. It says you guys might have already discussed this, but with Sony's mid-gen Pro selling for 700, do you guys think Microsoft will be bold enough to price the true next-gen console close to or a little over 700 to embarrass Sony? So this is the thing. We just kind of talked about it here a little bit, but on the Bloomberg interview, one of his last comments was that we're not going to grow the industry by releasing $1,000 consoles, right? Now, 700 is not $1,000, but to be fair, in other places around the world, it is $1,000 or more.
Yes.
Um, so
In
I mean,
Canada, it's like,
1,056 after
1,056,
tax or
yep.
whatever. So it's like, I think he's very clear that as far as the dollars are concerned, that it's not going to make sense to go super high in pricing.
Mhm.
I think that they're going to do what we let me do this. First let me get out of
Right.
that. I think they're going to do what Sarah Bond said. I think they're going to make the console with the biggest technological leap. I think they're going to come in at $600. I think they're going to undercut the Pro. They're going to eat the costs, and the reason why they can, especially in 2 years from now, it's because of the network of profit that they've created from games, and it's going to be the fact that the Xbox is not the sole place for it to be played. So I think that they're going to use the fact that you can reach Xbox in all these different places to make it so that they can eat the cost on the console to bring it down to a relatively, you know, good number, um, while also um, allowing the console to still be a thing, right? Because I mean, we got to be real. As much as don't let the pony narrative or the galloper narrative, be put out there. The Pro, if it did amazing numbers, I need you to understand there's no difference than their games. If they don't come out here saying, "Oh my goodness, we sold X amount of consoles." I mean, it's been a week now, right? Or tomorrow is a week.
Um, since since they arrived, like, shipped
Was it the
out,
7th? It was the 7th, no?
I don't know because Hargeet says he's not getting
This
his,
20th.
but
That's
that's
the
the
30th
30th
anniversary.
anniversary.
Yeah,
I
the other
don't
one's already
know
out.
if
Came out
people
last
were
week.
talking about arrived because I just saw, um give me 1 second to find this, and actually, I wanted to talk about this. Sappho. Okay, so Sappho got a Pro from GameStop. So, Sappho, did you pick up your Pro or did they ship out?
Oh, they were
Like,
selling them at stores, baby. They have them at Best Buy. They have them everywhere. You could just
I'm
walk
just
into
trying to
that.
figure out the date when these things were
No, I think
sent
we
or
had a release
arrived
date. I think
or
it was the
picked up.
7th. I
Let
think
me
it was the
check.
7th. So I think it was either last week,
Okay, then
today.
it's 2 weeks. No, it's 1 week
It's been a week.
if it's the 7th. We're 2
Yeah,
weeks
okay.
into the month.
So if they need a week to announce numbers, which they haven't yet, if they need a week, then it wasn't great, right, to begin with. Um, so we know that this thing is not selling. So
Okay, Michael Yu says the 7th,
the 7th, right?
and,
Okay.
Safo got his 2 days ago. He picked it up. Okay, so
Okay.
these are in stores.
Yeah, they're in stores. They're
Okay.
not hiding them anywhere. This is just
We did see the
out.
stack.
Yeah, for sure. It's just not a
So the
thing.
30th anniversary is not out
The
yet.
20th. The 20th.
The 20th
Yeah, and it's not
of
coming
November.
out. They're shipping out because
They're
they were
shipping.
all bought
Okay.
from the PlayStation Store. So there's no you're not gonna be able to walk in. Actually,
Okay. Yeah.
GameStop
Those
has some type of weird crap where if you're like their most loyal PlayStation members, um, those are they're gonna have like some 30th anniversary stuff for them.
for what?
I don't know
GameStop?
how GameStop, but there's like a very like you had to have certain amount of points or some crap with them. I don't know. There's something about it. But either way, that's you can still get some things through them if you've been messing with them for a long time.
When did when did Derek had his shipped?
That's all right. That was last
That
week.
was last week,
Yeah,
right? But I think it
yeah,
was Thursday's show. Yep, a week ago
yeah.
that
And
he
then
went.
Friday he returned
It
it.
was the next day that it was already returned.
Yep.
So that was on Thursday's show that it was returned. So he got his.
So he got it on Thursday and then returned it on Friday.
Got you.
Yep.
Something like that. Anyways, it's been a week.
It's been a week.
We
Yeah,
cracked the
you really
code.
we got there. We got there. That's what it is.
It's weird
But
the way they have it split around and
yeah, it is what it is. But the so back to Gotham guy with the 700, I think that 600 is probably where it's going to be. Fillmore Pockets has some bars on it. He says the PlayStation 5 Pro doesn't cost 700 because of the tech inside of it. It's because Sony wanted higher profit margins on the PS5.
exactly.
Exactly. So I mean that listen, we already know that you can buy the PlayStation 5, the Slim that's literally not that different than from the Pro for like 300 and something dollars for Black Friday or 400 something. They lowered the price like
They did.
400 or 398 or something. Um, and that's for Black Friday, right? So if they can do that, right, then that means the cost is even lower than that to make that happen. So, I mean, realistically speaking, for the box that they are giving for the PlayStation 5 Pro, they're making more than like they could have sold it for 600 easy, right? But they just want to make more money, right? So 2 years from now, whatever Xbox has cooking is I think they're gonna be at $600, and I think that they're gonna take a bath on it. I think they're gonna lose money on each box. But obviously with Game Pass being 2 years from now, you gotta understand the landscape of where the next gen Xbox is gonna launch into, right? They're gonna launch into a Game Pass that has all the games that we're waiting for now are gonna be in there already. You know what I'm saying? So we have Hellblade already, Stalker 2, Flight Sim, Avowed, Indiana Jones, Fable, right? South of Midnight, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, the next Call of Duty, right? All this stuff will be in there already. Plus all the third party games, the Expedition 33, the Atom Fall, all those games. By the time Xbox drops the next gen console, Game Pass is going to be insane
Yeah.
what's in Game Pass. You know what I'm saying? So for them, you're going to be talking about people who are immediately buying a console and getting Game Pass, right? Like that's just what's going to happen at that point. And the number is going to be stupid high, right? Like they're going to by then with all the games coming out, I mean, you can easily see them get to like 40, 45 mil, right? within the next 2 years or
Yeah, at
so.
that point, it's not yeah, it's not gonna be just like, "Okay, let me go ahead and get the newest one." There are gonna be people who are just coming in,
Who didn't
and
have one?
that didn't have
Of
one
course,
for
I
the first
that's gonna be
time
your
and
biggest
saying, "You
move
know
from
what? Let me
PlayStation.
go ahead." At that point, people who are hooked to, the Fire Stick may say, "Okay, well, I'm ready to go ahead and jump in." To the console, right? Or who have the app on the TV, and it's all grooming, right? That's what's happening right now. That's what's taking place. Um
Yep.
but I do want to go to Sappho because um let's see. Sappho says, "I forgot to mention, if any of you are getting a Pro, do not get it from GameStop. They are breaking the seals on these consoles, using them. Then they're selling them as new." You know what's wild? I had this problem with the games at GameStop, and that's why I stopped buying games over there. They used to say, "Oh yeah, well this is the last copy, but it's not used. We just used it to display it." They will open the game to display it, right? And magically, every time you walked in there to pick up a game, that was the last copy, the one that's open and supposedly in display. And you never know if they're actually selling you a used copy of the game as a new game. Also, when you and then if you buy them to give them out at that time, like as a gift, and it's like it's not even wrapped because you're claiming that this was your last copy and it's supposedly new. Like that was always such a tricky thing with them. But to hear that they're now doing it with like consoles and stuff like that, that's just shady business. That's wild. Well, thank you for putting that out there, because obviously it's not just the Pro that they're doing this with. I'm sure they're doing it with other things.
Agreed. So as far as Gotham Guy is concerned, I think that I think 600. What do you think? What do you think about that number, baby? Do you think 600? He's saying is it going to be 7 or more?
I think it's gonna come in. I I personally think it's gonna come in under. And I do think that it's not because the box is not worth $700 or more. I think that will be an intentional move, which also justifies the whatever, with their acquisitions and the studios that they've picked up. Why probably some of those games are going to end up in other platforms. And I think that's all gonna go in and kind of eat the costs, help with the fact that they're gonna have to eat the costs. I don't think that they're gonna go ahead and compromise what they're giving us in any way. But they do know what people will show up for. And I again, the fact that they know the fact that the box that they created doesn't need a refresh, right? It says a lot about their product and what they're doing. It's not because they don't feel like making one and they need one. Um, so which the narrative out there was that their uh, PlayStation can charge this much because Xbox is not doing a refresh, right? A mid-gen, but I mean, I think that PlayStation would have dropped it at that price no matter what. I think had they known what was gonna happen with Concord and all the L's that they were taking, the Pro would have cost a lot more than what they're putting it out there for. And again, I saw someone say, I was looking for the comment, that it's not because of what's in the box that they're charging that type of money. It's because they need to go ahead and try to kind of balance out the L's that they've been taking.
Facts. Agreed. Yeah, so I think when it comes to the pricing, I think that's where you're looking. JD Gamer The homie says,
Oh,
"Don't forget about all those unsold Scout PS5 Pros out there being sold at a discount because the hype desire isn't there." Oh, yes,
okay.
we talked
So,
about it the other
alright.
day.
So that's why okay, so that's why they dropped the price because that's already out, the 30th anniversary. So they're putting this up there without even having a box. They're like, let's see what happens because there's like bidding going on and all kinds of stuff. Listen, the moment that they didn't realize this, obviously, but the fact that the developers weren't willing to pay $700 for the PlayStation 5 Pro, what made them think that they were going to pay more than that? If they didn't show up for it at $700, I mean, you can just go and pick one. Why will you overpay on eBay? Or you could just walk into a store and pick one up. Just saying.
The truth. It's the truth. You ain't lying. Well, guys, thank you all so much. Listen,
You
normally
guys are
we
awesome.
have
Thank you for rocking
a
out.
bunch of topics, but this was a big one. We talked about a lot of different things. We're gonna move all those topics over to tomorrow's show that we didn't get to. There's a lot of fun ones, so make sure you come back for that tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, the night
Yes.
shift. Let's talk gaming with the homie Hargishani and Demo Flow, as well as
Yes.
myself and Doodle. So for sure, we're gonna have a great time tomorrow as well. But shout out to everyone who was here rocking with us, man. We appreciate all of you guys. We appreciate you all. You guys are awesome. Shout out to everyone who super chatted,
Thank you
man. Thank you
guys.
guys so much. I want to shout out all of our Patreon members and all of our YouTube members, man. We appreciate each and every one of you. All the support
Thank
is
you.
greatly appreciated. And of course, we do have to shout out our YouTube members who do support us at these higher tiers, man. It means a lot to us. So we have
Thank
the
you.
homies that are our elite members, the homie Big Boy Mike, Dark Angelic, and Spoon Man. We appreciate y'all. And of course, we have our inner circle members, our highest tiers, the homie Big Migs Gaming and our homie Coach Hooded
Thank you
Canuck.
guys.
Thank y'all so much. Again, we appreciate y'all. But again, you guys here right now, thank y'all. Y'all the shit for coming to rock with us. So thank you so much. And Grunge Head, I'm glad we can help.
Yes.
Right? I'm glad I see you in there. But shout out to you all. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow, all right, guys? So thank you all so much. Again, Doodle,
Yes.
we're gonna end the show the way we end every single show. Doodle,
Yes.
we're done.
We are.
Until next time,
You're intruding.
you're intruding.